We are ready to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I know that we have Madam Secretary on with us today, and I'd like to welcome everybody who will be joining us throughout. All the commissioners are here. Our court reporter is here, and welcome to the Gaming Commission meeting for March. Having said that, Madam Secretary, has the agenda been posted properly and in accordance with the law?
Yes, it has.
All right, let's begin then with the Pledge of Allegiance, and you can follow along if you would like. I always do this at the first of the meeting. I think it's one of the most important things that we do at our meetings. But I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's start with the very first item.
That brings us to public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We have received one public comment via email. A copy of this email will also be attached to the commission disposition as part of the public record. Dear GCB, where does one go to create a new law or regulation for gaming in Nevada? I find that the progressive Pai Gow poker game needs to have signs that explicitly state when a casino decides to charge a commission versus the player finding out after the casino takes the commission. I've already spoken with the enforcement division to no avail, as they stated that the casino is not required to post signage that they are in fact taking a commission, which I find is not fair, nor in the consumer's best interest. They directed me to my local state representative, but I was hoping someone within the GCB would have more clarity or a faster way to resolve this matter. Thanks in advance, Joshua Bell. That was our only public comment for today.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's go with the next item.
Next item on your agenda is the approval of the prior month NGC disposition. Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition for February 2021.
Very good. Do we have a motion for approval?
Move for approval of the February Nevada Gaming Commission disposition of agenda items.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's go with the first item next in line, which would be the consent agenda for non-restricted.
Next is non-restricted consent. Those items on non-restricted consent this morning are items 5, 8, and 11. Chairman Moran, I believe we have a disclosure on these items.
Okay. Let's see. For the non-restricted, I didn't have anybody listed for that. Who would that be?
Chairman Moran, that would be me.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
No problem. With respect to non-restricted item number 5, I just wanted to disclose for the record that I began my professional career with Boyd Gaming. They are the parent company of the applicant that was before us. I have no pecuniary interest in the item before us, nor do I have any information other than what was presented to us by the board. I do not believe the independence or judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my prior relationship, and I intend to participate in deliberation and voting.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other disclosures on any of the other items? Not seeing any. I guess we're prepared for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of the consent items, non-restricted items number 5, 8, and 11.
Very good. All right. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Very good. Next item.
Next item is the consent agenda for restricted items. Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, and 12. For the record, items 1 and 7 were referred back to staff by the Gaming Control Board. I believe we have disclosures on these items.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary. I believe that Commissioner Brown has a disclosure on 4 and 5.
I do. One moment, please. I'm having technical difficulties. Thank you, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for restricted items numbers 4 and 5. Golden Gate Petroleum of Nevada LLC is a current client of Louis Roca, where I am a partner involving gaming issues and the application for new gaming license for Carson City, Hot Springs Road in Nevada, and for a new site to be built in 2020. And that it relates to Churchill County. The Red Dragon is owned by Louis Roca's client, Maverick Gaming LLC. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of the agenda items 4 and 5 for the restricted items, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected as described on the record, and I'm therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is the disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Are there any other disclosures of any other of the commissioners? Not seeing any. I think we're prepared for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of consent agenda for restricted items 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 11, and 12 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solus Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. All right, thank you, commissioners and Madam Secretary. Let's go to the next item on the non-restricted holdouts.
First item being held out on non-restricted is non-restricted number 1, which are the applications of Bally's Corporation for a registration as a publicly traded corporation, a finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Twin River Management Group, Inc., and the pledge as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Twin River Management Group, Inc. for registration as an intermediary company, acquisition of Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC, licensure as sole member of Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC, and the pledge is noted on the agenda. In addition, you have the applications of Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC, doing business as Mont Bleu for a racebook and sports pool, and licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Soo-Young Kim, George Thomas Popinier, Stephen Harold Cap, Craig Lauren Eaton, Robert Cooper Weir Jr., and Wanda Young Wilson for a finding of suitability as beneficial owner, controlling beneficial owner, officer, and or director, and or licensure as a key executive and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
We do, Madam Secretary, and thank you. I believe Commissioner Brown has the disclosure.
Thank you very much, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 1. Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC is adverse to a client of Louis Roca involving the purchase of Mont Bleu Resort Casino and Resort Spa, and is also adverse to a client of Louis Roca in a trademark matter. I personally have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, notwithstanding Louis Roca's role as adverse counsel in these matters, for which I have not personally have acted as counsel in any capacity. I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected by the relationship described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Any other disclosures? All right, do we have an applicant?
Good morning, Chairman Moran. Do you have audio and visual?
Beautiful. Good to see you, Ms. Reeser.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Moran, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with Fenimore, and I'm appearing on the corporate and individual applications related to Bally's Corporation, Twin River Management Group, Columbia Properties Tahoe LLC, DBA Mont Bleu, and the individual applications is all placed on the record by Executive Secretary Bell. Also appearing today is Scott Andrus of the Jackson, Mississippi law firm of Bach and Bingham, who was admitted by the Commission Chair under Regulation 10 for this matter. I'm also pleased today to introduce, or in some instances, reintroduce to the Commission, the directors and executive management of Bally's who are present today on the applications. Soo-Young Kim, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Wanda Wilson, an Independent Director and Chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee, George Papanier, a Management Director, President and Chief Executive Officer, Stephen Kapp, Chief Financial Officer, Treasurer, and a Director as to Twin River Management Group and Columbia Properties, Craig Eaton, General Counsel and Secretary, and Robert Weir, Chief Information Officer. We'd like to again thank Chief Labadie and his staff for their professionalism and diligence in processing the applications, including Deputy Chiefs Teggio and Hoffman, Supervisors Abba, Moyle, and Doyle, Senior Agents Aramini and Chamberlain, and Special Agent Mueller, and Agents Kenny, Lambert, and Powell. With your leave, Mr. Chairman, we do have an abbreviated affirmative presentation where Mr. Papineer, Mr. Cap, and I will highlight some of the items that we discussed before the board.
Very good, Mr. Reeser, and I would like you to begin with your presentation. And then after we get to that part, we'll do the individuals individually last, much like you did at the board meeting. Would that be okay with you?
That's great, Mr. Chairman. That's perfect.
All right, go ahead and begin. Thank you.
Thank you. The board has recommended commission approval of applications filed on June 5 of 2020. And those include Bally's PTC registration, its finding of suitability as the shareholder of Twin River Management Group, and to pledge Twin River Management Group's common shares in conjunction with a pre-existing credit facility. Application also for Standard RI Limited relative to its 36.92% interest in Bally's publicly traded shares, and Mr. Kim's related suitability as a controlling beneficial owner. Also before you are Twin River Management Group's registration application, its application for an acquisition of control of Columbia Properties, and permission to pledge Columbia Properties equity interests as a part of the Citizens Bank credit facility. And finally, before you on the corporate side is Columbia Properties licensing as a special purpose manufacturer and distributor, and for the addition of a race book and sports pool. Also before you are the individual applications of Ms. Wilson, Mr. Kim, Papineer, Cap, Eaton, and Weir, all in the capacities as set forth on your agenda. Those applications are all before you related to an equity purchase agreement that the company entered April 24th of 2020 with Eldorado Resorts, Inc., now Caesars, to acquire the operating licensees for the Eldorado Shreveport Resort and Casino in Louisiana and the Mont Bleu at State Line, Nevada. The aggregate purchase price for acquiring the Louisiana and the Nevada licensees is $155 million, as previously reported publicly. The Shreveport aspects of this agreement were closed on December 22nd of last year. Subject to favorable action by the commission today and approval by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, which has been reset to April 1st, we expect that the transaction will close on April 6th. Mont Bleu's operations include 438 hotel rooms, 7 restaurants and bars, 17 table games, 418 gaming devices, a 1,300 seat showroom, 16,000 square feet of meeting rooms, and various indoor and outdoor recreational amenities. As we indicated to the board, Bally's is entered into an amended lease agreement with the Edgewood companies, which extend the lease term to the end of 2035. There also is a transition service agreement with Caesars for certain technology and back of the house matters for at least 6 months, so that we have a smooth and uninterrupted transition in the changeover between the ownership of the two public companies. Tim Tretton, the current general manager and licensed keep employee of Mont Bleu, who has many years of experience in the industry and with that property, together with his senior management team and all of the other team members at the property, will be joining Bally's at the closing. The management team at Mont Bleu will report operationally to Mr. Papineer, and as to financial matters to Mr. Cap. As we indicated before the board, the statutory corporate officers for Twin River Management and for Columbia Properties are Mr. Papineer as president, Mr. Cap as treasurer, and Mr. Eaton as secretary. Columbia Properties compliance and internal audit staff will be integrated with Bally's existing compliance programs and committee processes, which are under the supervision of Ms. Wilson, an independent director and former gaming regulator for Georgia and the Tennessee lottery agencies. With that background, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Mr. Papanier and Cap are going to review with you the properties and businesses of the company and the many business initiatives Bally is pursuing. We previously provided to the executive secretary copies of this presentation, which we submit as a confidential exhibit pursuant to NRS 463-120. With that introduction, I give the floor to Mr. Papanier and Mr. Cap.
And we have, Mr. Reeser, received that document that you just referenced, and it has been shared with the commission as well. So we have all reviewed that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So hello, this is George Papanier. Good morning, Chairman Moran and fellow commissioners. As Dan has indicated, you've been provided with a hard copy of the presentation that myself and Steve Cap, our CFO, will be taking you through today. So if you like, I could get started.
Please do. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. So if everyone turns to page 4 and 5, Bally's is a diversified multi-property gaming company. We continue to improve our scale and our geographic footprint through strategic M&A, and we've been very active over the last 5 years. We currently own and operate 11 casinos, 1 racetrack, and have licenses to operate 13 OTBs in Colorado. We merged with Dover Downs Gaming and Entertainment on March 2019, and we began trading on the New York Stock Exchange. So in addition to the 11 casinos we currently own, we also have 3 pending acquisitions, including the Montbleu here before you today. We hope pending licensing approval, we should have all those closed by the end of Q2 of 2021. So pending the closing of these acquisitions, we will be operating 14 casinos in 11 states. So in a relatively short period of time, commencing in 2014 with the acquisition of our Hard Rock Biloxi acquisition, company has grown from a single casino asset to a multi-property casino gaming company. And it's also entered into the recently sports betting and iGaming market with our recent announcements. And I'll be getting into that shortly later in this presentation. Turn to slide 6. While we've grown our company significantly since 2014, we've accomplished that in several ways through organic growth initiatives, as demonstrated in Rhode Island with our continued capital improvements at existing properties, including the addition of our hotel at Twin River, as well as a greenfield construction project at Tiverton Casino. We've also have a planned expansion of our Kansas City property, which will commence on May of this year. We expanded our business model as well in Rhode Island with a pending partnership with IGT, pending legislative approval. We hope to participate as a vendor to supply slot machines to the state of Rhode Island for both our Twin River and our Tiverton casinos. The last couple of pages highlighted strategic M&A that we've been involved in. So more importantly, all this diversification has lessened our reliance on Rhode Island, where effectively 100% of our revenue was derived from Rhode Island. With the latest acquisitions, that is now currently at 50%. And once we add the pending acquisitions to our portfolio, that will be down to 30%. We turn to slide 7. So this map reflects the locations of all our assets, previously referenced on slides 4 and 5 of this deck. It also represents the 3rd largest footprint for online sports betting in the United States. Turn to slide 8. So including the pending acquisitions, Bally's will manage close to 1 million square feet of casino floor space. They have close to 16,000 slot machines, over 500 table games, and over about 4,000 hotel rooms. We feel we've assembled one of the best regional portfolios of casinos in the United States today. Turn to slide 9. I'll give you an idea of our management team. In addition to myself, Steve Cap will be presenting as well, and Craig Eaton, who are on this call today. We have Mark Cristofoli. He's our president of our Rhode Island operations, as well as EVP of corporate strategy. Phil Giuliano is our chief marketing officer. He's a veteran of several gaming markets. Dave Wang, who is the CEO of BetWorks, He will lead our interactive division upon the closing of our BetWorks transaction. We expect that to be closed by the end of Q2 as well. And finally, Adi Denyani, he's our integral on our sports betting and iGaming development. So we turn to slide 10. We think the Mont Bleu it's a beautiful property, certainly one of the top tier properties in Lake Tahoe market. It's been well maintained. There's very little deferred capex to speak of, and as you know, it's gone through a $25 million capital renovation just recently. So we feel we can establish this property as a destination property for our 14 million regional customer database that we currently have. We also believe that we could cross-market that property as well. And this provides, from our perspective, a considerable incentive for most of our loyal customers throughout our regional database. We see opportunity to recapture more recently. What we saw is lost market share, primarily because of our operating philosophy, which is really that of more of a revenue generation as opposed to cost containment philosophy, which you've kind of seen in the industry over the last several years. We also feel we'll be a direct beneficiary of the convention center, which will be built literally directly on our site. We have acquired the Bally's brand from Caesars, and we intend to prominently display and incorporate that brand into all aspects of that operation. Some of our initial focus on the property will be on the gaming floor. We feel it's really lacking from a product perspective, and the property shied away from table games in recent years. So, we feel that we could focus on introducing product on the slot floor side, as well as the focus on reintroducing certain customer segments to that property as well. We're going to focus on introducing brand, food, and beverage product to the property, and we feel we can be a differentiator in the Lake Tahoe market. And also, we'll look to capitalize on our hotel and restaurants in unique ways, really in the complementary ways to the addition of the convention center that's going to be on our literally again on our site. So on the next pages, Steve Catt will take you through the financial sections.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for your time today. It's appreciated. I get a question a lot about whether we're prepared for all of the M&A activity that we have under contract and might be considering. And I prepared this page to walk you through a resounding yes answer to that question. We are prepared from a balance sheet standpoint, as well as a management standpoint, to fulfill the vision we have of creating this omni-channel provider of gaming entertainment across the nation, including, of course, the beautiful property Mont Bleu. Just to take a half step back, and I walked the board through this a couple of weeks ago, so I won't belabor the point. But historically, this company has had a very conservative balance sheet philosophy. That means relatively low cash flow leverage, and as regards in relation to the rest of the industry, we are one of the very lowest levered companies across the U.S. gaming industry. That's a deliberate philosophy, and the reason for that is a moderate leverage and high liquidity enables us to be opportunistic when good things happen, and frankly, it enables us to be stronger when not so good things might happen, like the pandemic of last year. We went into last year not knowing any more than anybody else did, but we realized when the pandemic hit and operations were closed down, all of our operations were closed at one point, of course, that we had an abundance of liquidity in excess of $150 million to ride that through. That of course is an intentional balance sheet position. So on slide 12, just providing you here some quick statistics. These were pro forma for Q3 because we hadn't released earnings and our 10K. We have done both of those things in the meantime, but these have not changed meaningfully. The point of this slide is that we maintain an abundance of cash, usually in excess of $100 million, for working capital and general liquidity purposes. Our available borrowing capacity is nearly $300 million today. there's a footnote there, number one. Just to clarify, we did last week increase our revolving credit facility up to $325 million, and an increase of $75 million from the previous $250 million. So that kind of leads us to a total liquidity available of approximately $400 million. What we have committed under pending acquisitions is about $225 million or so. So our excess liquidity is significant. We also have the ability to increase our bank facilities by another approximately $200 million, which is relatively easy to do in today's very aggressive and accommodative credit markets. And we may seek to do that in the near term just for an abundance of liquidity, not for any particular purpose otherwise. And then finally, we have no substantial debt maturities until the year 2024. So we're very comfortable with our liquidity position. And on a pro forma basis in a post-COVID world, which hopefully we're entering into as we speak, we have a very comfortable cash flow leverage profile of a little less than 4 times total debt to our consolidated adjusted EBITDA. Moving into slide 13, what we provide on our website for the investing public is management's view of the earning capacity of our brick and mortar, if you will, casino hotel portfolio after all of the acquisitions we have under contract have closed. This excludes Pennsylvania because that is yet to be constructed, and so it's into the future a bit. But this is everything, including Mont Bleu, that's in the portfolio, and we expect to close by the middle of this year, as George had mentioned. And what's interesting to note here is that and George and I collaborated on this, of course, and we would call this kind of a middle of the road type of cash flow expectation. But what's interesting is we will have vaulted from a 3-property company in 2019 to the one George mentioned, which is 14 properties in 11 states, and this cash flow profile on a pro forma basis. You could think about this profile as kind of next year's expected run rate cash flow. So 2022 E for expected, if you will, being in the low 300 millions, and that's assuming a fairly dramatic increase in corporate expense on the far right side of this bar chart, which is quite frankly just necessary given the scope and the breadth of our emerging company. So, referencing the previous slide, about $1.1 billion of total debt today. With all the acquisitions, we'll have about $1.2 billion or so of total debt. You know, that number divided by this low 300s expected cash flow gets you to the less than 4 times cash flow leverage that I had mentioned. We are very comfortable with that. As I mentioned, that's one of the lowest cash flow leverage multiples in the entire industry. And look, I think you could expect that we'll maintain some leverage profile in that neighborhood, if you will, likely less than 4.5 times, probably closer to 4 than any other round number like that. As mentioned, the purpose of that being opportunism in the future, so that we can best serve our constituents and shareholders, of course. George, I'll turn that back to you then. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Cap.
Thank you, Steve. So the next section really deals with kind of what we've been involved with more recently in an interactive space. So since the repeal of PASPA in 2016, we've been very active here. We've been involved in several acquisitions as well as partnership arrangements. And one of the major acquisitions was the BetWorks acquisition. Provides us a fully integrated proprietary tech stack. And as a result, we will not be relying on third-party technology. And this will allow us to be more innovative in our approach, especially as it relates to product offerings. The Sinclair Media partnership will give us the ability to reach and engage with local sports fans. And because we are economically aligned within the arrangement, we can jointly produce content and create sports gamification applications on a national scale. Turn to slide 16. So we're confident that we've built a foundation to achieve vision and deliver significant long-term growth for the company. We maintain strong liquidity, as Steve had mentioned. We have market access as a result of all the bricks and mortar geographic footprint that we've assembled over the last several years, which again, we think is one of the best regional footprints in gaming. We have 14 million customers, as I mentioned earlier, in our regional database. We can cross-market them as well and build our future sports betting and iGaming services from that database. We have deep knowledge of the markets and regulatory landscape across the regions that we currently operate in. As discussed earlier, we've acquired the Bally's brand, and we're going to undertake a comprehensive national rebranding initiative and introduce a one-card solution to all our bricks and mortar as well as our interactive technologies. So Bet.Works provides us with an advanced suite of omni-channel products, content, and risk management solutions, as well as enhancing our competitive position in the United States sports betting and iGaming. Finally, our Sinclair partnership provides Bally's with immediate national brand recognition, and we feel that's going to support development of our regional player database. Turn to slide 17. So post-acquisition of Bet.Works, which is again expected by the end of Q2, we're going to create two distinct divisions, Bally's Casino, and that's going to house our land-based casino operations, and Bally Interactive, which will offer sports betting, iGaming, and other forms of the interactive gaming and technologies. Turn to slide 18. So the core part of our growth story is to offer an omni-channel gaming experience to our players. So we feel with this unified Bally Player Club, we're going to be able to seamlessly connect our bricks and mortar casinos as well as digital offerings to ensure that we attract and engage with our player, both online and offline. This is fundamental to our strategy of acquiring and ultimately retaining our customers. Turn to slide 19. Bet.Works provides a fully integrated turnkey sports betting and iGaming platform. As I mentioned earlier, the company provides currently B2B services to sports betting operators in New Jersey, Indiana, Colorado, and Iowa. We expect again to close on this transaction in Q2. Our media partnership with Sinclair provides us with a diversified media company. It owns regional sports networks that we'll be able to rebrand, as we're going through a process of rebranding them right now as we speak. And Bally's has access to significant distribution and reach throughout the U.S. as a result of this arrangement. Turn to slide 20. Bet.Works, the leading U.S. sports betting and iGaming provider. It has a proprietary tech stack and in-house risk and trading team. It's located in Las Vegas, Nevada. Again, as I mentioned earlier, they operate 6 sports books in 4 states. Again, New Jersey, Indiana, Colorado, and Iowa. And they currently operate that B2B for Score and Elite Casino Group. Bet.Works also has a casino platform with 14 proprietary table games. Turn to slide 21. Sinclair Broadcast Group has one of the largest local broadcast TV portfolios and the largest portfolio of regional sports bet networks with diversified business content, distribution, and advertising platforms. The portfolio of the company ranges from 23 regional sports networks, has 190 broadcast TV stations, and multi-platform networks such as Tennis Channel, Stadium, and Stir. So through this distribution, the company literally has a reach of 70% of households in the United States. Turn to slide 22 and the last slide. To complement our core capabilities, we've recently acquired a daily fantasy sports company. It's called Monkey Knife Fight, as well as a free-to-play company called Sports Caller. With these acquisitions, Bally becomes the first U.S. casino company to have in-house sports betting, technology, media, distribution partnership, daily fantasy sports, and free-to-play products all under one company. Monkey Knife Fight is the 3rd largest daily fantasy sports platform in the U.S. Sports Caller is a award-winning free-to-play company, has several games of prediction, quiz, trivia, pick'em, and they have over 100 games within their portfolio currently. So this transaction is going to allow us to build our own free-to-play game to engage with our player database. We close on Sports Caller in February. We expect to close on Monkey Knife Fight by the end of this month. So with that, that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of other matters before we stand for questioning on the corporate applications. At the hearing before the board, we discussed the corporate history of the company's public ownership structure, including that of Standard RI Limited. We also reviewed Bally's capital structure and credit facilities and the pledges of citizens to citizens of the Twin River Management Shares and Columbia Properties membership interest. We believe the record on those topics was fully developed before the board and rest on that record subject to any inquiries by the commission. We have received and reviewed the proposed order of registration, draft number 1, dated January 11, 2021. That draft order is in proper and acceptable form and substance. The company did negotiate with the control board agents the terms of the 6 conditions, which we believe are fully applicable and in proper form. They relate to the limited purpose manufacturer and distributors license, as well as compliance requirements for the commencement of operations when we activate the sports pool and racebook license edition. With that on the record, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our affirmative presentation on the corporate applications. And as you indicated your pleasure, we would then entertain questions at this time on the corporate applications before we review the individuals.
Okay, very, very, very good. As always, Mr. Reeser, a very good job on that. And I appreciate you covering those conditions that you are in agreement with as well. Was Mr. Kim going to speak at this time, or were we going to do him with the individuals?
We would entertain Mr. Kim answering questions in the individual application time, unless there are specific commission questions of the chairman of the board about the corporation.
Of course, and thank you again, Mr. Rizzo. Well, what I'm going to do, I have a number of questions. However, I'm going to reserve my questions. I'm going to reach out to my fellow commissioners, see what my colleagues come up with and what questions they have. They may cover some of those and have some questions for Mr. Kim as well. So having said that, I'm going to turn this back over to the commissioners and see who would like to go first.
Sure. Chair Moran, I can jump in if you're okay with that.
That'd be great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Sure. First of all, thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. I watched the board meeting and watched it again just to make sure I had everything in my head. And your application was pretty well vetted at the board meeting. So thank you for all your presentations. And I have to tell you, Mr. Cap, I did review your recently filed 10K, your cash flow, your balance sheets. And I had a little laundry list of questions, but you came in very well prepared and pretty much laid out what you're going to be doing as far as in the future. And because I saw that some of the acquisition had not hit your cash flow yet. And right. I appreciate you going through your borrowing capacity and your liquidity position. So really, you don't see a big jump in debt, maybe another 100 million or so.
That's right.
Post. Correct?
That's right, Commissioner. Yeah, if you take a snapshot of the M&A yet to close, it's $120 million for Doomers, $62.5 million for the BetWorks transaction, -4 for the Evansville transaction, and the purchase price for Mont Bleu is actually deferred to Caesars 1 year from closing, as I'm sure you know. And so the net of that with our free cash flow generation. In this much more vibrant post-COVID environment is approximately another 100, maybe $150 million of total debt. So that $1.1 billion on that slide 12, I think it was, becomes pro forma 1.25 billion. And then, a net debt calculation subtracts out about 100 million of cash. You kind of right back to that same $1.1 billion or so, and hence the cash flow of kind of 4 to less than 4 times that I had mentioned. But you're exactly right. About another 100, maybe 125 million of additional borrowings would be about all.
I know that your net cash flow, you have a step down. I went from 6.5 to 5.0. So you're well under that step down. And that's the same calculation that you're giving us today?
Well, the calculation.
On the net leverage?
The leverage I'm citing today is on the basis of that pro forma slide, that bar chart, slide 13, I think it was. that I walked through. So that's that's our expected cash flow in a robust post-COVID environment.
Right.
I think what you're referencing is the financial covenant in the bank credit agreement.
Correct.
That's calculated differently. We recently amended that so that the calculation for example, for Q1 of this year at March 31st will be four times Q1's consolidated adjusted EBITDA, and then that six times that leverage level you mentioned is applicable to that number, and that steps down into the future, which we believe will be in lockstep with an increasing cash flow in a post-COVID environment.
Okay.
Also, I might also mention it's important to note that if we don't have at least 30% of the revolver drawn, then the financial covenant does not apply. That's almost certainly going to be the case at the end of March 31st, Q1. We probably will be a third drawn in Q2, but we have a comfortable amount of margin in that covenant to be just fine, I do believe.
Great. And I kind of reviewed that, and that's what I saw, but I want to just double check and make a comparison to the leverage you're speaking to us today compared to your credit agreement leverage, and make sure you're still within that step down. And because they gave you quite a bit of room. I mean, there's some room there. So I just wanted to make sure that those two numbers were jiving there.
Yes, they are consistent in their applicability. Yes.
Perfect. And that's really all from me at this time. I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about that financial position. Again, Mr. Cap, like I said, I had a longer list of questions after reviewing your 10K, and you jumped the gun there and answered every one of them almost before I could even get to you. So thank you for your preparedness.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. I had a question before we go back to the other commissioners that came up, and I was thinking about, and this is for Mr. Cap. You know, when we talk about the liquidity and 4 times the total debt and things of that nature, and you know, drill down to looking at Mount Blue and this property, which is a unique property. And I know in your board meetings you had talked about a destination resort. I believe Mr. Kim talked about that.
Right.
And that was going to be basically your leg up and what you're going to use for the other 14 properties and your clients and people that you had. So having laid that down a little bit, what I'm focusing on, what I'd like to know is this particular property, which is unique, how does the liquidity and the 4 times total debt size up to your other 14 properties and what they carry? What kind of special thing do you see this property having in that calculation that you gave us, and how does it size up with the other 14 properties individually?
Chairman, I'm not sure I understand exactly. We don't maintain any debt at the individual properties. Of course, at Mont Bleu there is a leasehold interest there, so
Right.
we do have a lease payment that's approximately equal to its historic and recent EBITDA cash flow generation. In each case, it was about $5 million or so. So on a consolidated level, we have today about $1.1 billion of long-term debt. And it's the accumulation of all of the cash flow at all 14 properties in the expected case on that slide number 13 that gets us to that number I was talking about of about 4 times or less.
Right. And do you look at these 14 properties with that total combined liquidity and the ability to have that money on hand? Do you look at any of these particular properties individually as targeting a potential future need for drawing down on that liquidity more than other ones? How would you size the Mont Bleu into that? Do you look at it to need more liquidity or the same as the other properties, or have you done that kind of an analysis?
Well, we George and I do talk about that quite frequently. Yes, in the near term, Mr. Chairman, when just after pending your approval, after closing of the acquisition, we may very well put more monies in the form of capital expenditures, more monies into the property than it might actually cash flow in the next 12 to 18 months. That's not atypical for us in acquiring new properties. And that's because, as George mentioned, we have a little bit different way of doing business than some of our peers, meaning that we're focusing on the customer experience and revenue generation, growing the company through the top line rather than growing cash flow by cutting costs in the middle of the income statement, if you will. And in order to do that, to focus on and improve the customer experience, that usually takes a little bit of capital. Whether you're talking about a refurbishment of the casino floor, as George referenced, sometimes hotel refurbishments, hotel room refurbishments, or changeover in food and beverage types of outlets and experiences. So please correct me if I'm not answering your question, but it may very often be the case. It may very well be the case here in Montbleu. Once we get inside, we actually spend more money in 18 months than it'll actually cash flow to us. We're quite all right with that. We're in this for the long run, and those kinds of investments in the property and in our customer experience, we're very comfortable making.
All right, that was basically, you answered my question, what I was looking for, and on that. Now, having said that, I'm gonna go back to my commission and see if my colleagues have some more questions along the lines of our previous discussions, and I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners what their questions at this time.
Thank you, Chair Moran. This is Commissioner Brown. If I may please ask some quick questions.
Yes, Commissioner Brown. Thank you.
Very much. I appreciate that. First and foremost, I wanted to thank everyone for the affirmative presentation. I was listening in on the board presentation as well, and I really appreciate the slide presentation. I thought it was very polished and concise and packed quite a bit of information in 22 pages. So thank you for that. It was easy to follow and very informative. And then just overall, I think that the position of this company is very forward thinking, and it's not lost on me, the investments that you're making on the Montbleu property, and I think it is wonderful. But just some quick questions that I had after watching the board presentation that wasn't really touched on today. So whoever is best suited to answer the question, of course, I'm thinking about the lightning speed acquisitions, and from 3 to 14 is wonderful, but very, very fast. And I wanted somebody maybe to touch on the overview of the compliance plan that's implemented at this time, just briefly. And then I needed some clarification when I was listening to the board meeting hearing regarding the distinction relating to the employee questionnaire versus training sessions for new hires. I don't know if I was conflating my understanding of those two, but if somebody could just help distinguish those two to the extent they are two different things for the record today, please.
So Commissioner Brown, this is Dan Reeser for the record, and I'll take the first swing of at this, and then Mr. Eaton or Ms. Wilson can supplement as they think necessary. The company has an existing compliance apparatus that is a little bit different, and this was a part of the conversation with the board. There is a corporate compliance director, and then there is a corporate internal audit department, and they work in tandem together. And the internal audit is not, from my perspective, having a Nevada perspective, is a little bit different than what we normally think of as being totally just the bean counter part of it. The internal audit department at Bally's has kind of a more broad mission than just that, which supports the compliance apparatus. With regard to the existing compliance system, it has most of the same kinds of elements that you would see in a Nevada plan. The background examination of vendors and lessees, the vetting of employees, but realizing the company didn't start in Nevada, but it started elsewhere. The scheme that exists there today, as we explained to the board, and most, I think most of the conversation was with member Katsouras, we'll be Nevadaizing some aspects of the compliance plan. Mr. Eaton and I already have we're already working through a draft of a Nevada compliance plan to submit to the control board. And we're trying to intersperse or interlace the requirements of these other jurisdictions, because we can't just tell the other jurisdictions, tough, now they're in Nevada, we're going to do it Nevada's way. We have to make it all work together. And some of those jurisdictions have a much different view on how you examine vendors, because they license the vendor. And so once they've licensed them, they say, whether you like it or not, that vendor's okay. You don't have to do business with them. So the internal audit function has people on property. There's regional internal auditors. I recently met the Western Region internal auditor who's going to be over Mount Blue. And then there's a corporate director that all those people report to. And then there's a compliance officer, there's a compliance director who reports to Mr. Eaton, and they report up to the compliance committee, which is chaired by Ms. Wilson and includes Mr. Papanier and Mr. Christopoli. So you have an independent member with gaming regulatory experience in Ms. Wilson, and then you have two corporate folks, one with finance, one with legal. So it's not atypical of a traditional one Nevada property compliance plan, compliance committee, excuse me. So I think that's how I generally respond to that. On the AML question that you asked, the bank secrecy, I'll try to get this straight and Mr. Eaton can correct me. I think the confusion was there was a thought that what employees did at the end of the training, there is a training program that they took. The thought was that there was a test. I mean, it was being carried, I think member Katsouras thought it was a test. It's more of a questionnaire. And it's not like pass, fail, you don't have a job if you don't. What it is used for, which is not atypical of my experience with financial institutions, is to signal to the compliance department, hey, we have these 4 employees that didn't quite get it. Maybe they need to go back through the training. It's not to say you don't have a job or you can't report to work, but it's to kind of target who needs help as opposed to an examination, as it were. I do know some of my clients use the exam methodology. I think the majority actually use the same method, both in the financial institution space and in the gaming space. I hope that responds to your question.
That was very thorough and on point, precisely. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Brown, did you have any follow-ups?
I do not. That was so thorough. There's really nothing else to follow up on that specific.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. I wanted to ask Mr. Reeser again, I went over my notes on your discussions concerning the audit committee and its interfacing with the client, the compliance committee. And I was curious about what I got out of some of your earlier discussions was that it's kind of a different kind of an animal that you see here, and that there was some changes made to the plan. Maybe my notes aren't really as clear as they should be, but could you shed a little light on that interface and those comments? I think one of the comments was made to Chair Gibson about the compliance and audit committee and the interfacing of and the individuals that are on both of those. Could you just briefly take me through that a little bit?
I will, and again, subject to Mr. Eaton and Ms. Wilson correcting me and or wanting to amplify. Most of my Nevada clients, so this is to make a distinction that the commission will understand. The compliance committee is a board level committee, but it is in a silo typically by itself. And the audit committee is in another silo, which has supervision over external auditors and internal auditors. With Bally's, based on its history and the states that it grew up in, those two committees both report through the audit to the chair of the audit committee, which is the independent director, Ms. Wilson, who is a former gaming regulator. So both of those channels, they're not siloed from either. They're in the same silo, as you would expect. And they're both coming up, funneling information into the audit committee, which looks at that in a more, in my view, a more holistic purpose, or a more holistic way, perhaps, than if they're in different silos. And I think the company will probably retain that structure because they see value to it, as it being all into a board level committee. You are correct, Mr. Chairman, that in the last couple of years, there have been some enhancements in the compliance system and policy. Most notably, in January of 2020, the company developed a pretty robust set of policy statements and procedures that relate to lessees on the properties of their casinos. And that process, it wasn't that there wasn't a process before, but based on the company's experience, it believed that a more robust process was necessary. And kind of unique in my experience, that policy requires that if you're going to lease a space on the premises of the gaming establishment for a restaurant or a dress shop or something else, they require there to be an independent broker hired, who then basically conducts the gathering of information from those who want to propose to receive that lease, and determines the market conditions, then funnels that information into corporate compliance for background information, funnels information to legal for terms of lease. But there's this independent person who provides a market-facing insulation, as it were, from the property management. Now, property management is still involved in reviewing everything, but that policy also meshed with an existing policy that creates limits, as we discussed, on the ability of people at different levels of management to approve contracts. Property management has up to $250,000 annually. Then it goes up to some VPs of finance and compliance for above that amount. And then if it's going to exceed $1 million, it goes to the board of directors, which is different than many Nevada gaming companies. $1 million could be approved by a property manager. And here the company is keeping the reins on large contracts that have to go, they actually have to go through the board. So I hope that is responsive. If it's not, let me know.
Well, I wanted to clarify that because I always, my antennas go up when I hear you say that there is a unique situation. And when you mentioned that, I did want to spread it on the record what you feel and your expertise was somewhat different than the normal run of the mill. And you've done that on the record, and I appreciate that. So thank you for answering that. I'm going to return back. I know a couple of the commissioners and myself have asked some questions. I want to see if we have any questions as well at this time from.
Mr. Chairman, I had a couple of follow-up questions, if I may.
Yes, thank you.
First of all, thank you all for being here and for the very thorough affirmative presentation. With respect to the internal audit function, Mr. Reeser, you mentioned that it's a little bit different and has a broader mission than, you know, traditional, just the accounting or bean counting as you refer to it. Can you elaborate on that and how the mission is different than what we normally would see?
Sure, I will, I'll take the first swing of this. Mr. Eaton and Ms. Wilson may need to supplement, since my reference is only the last year of looking at corporate documents, and there may be other examples. But the one that stands out to me, Commissioner, is internal audit not only reviews whether a particular, you know, whether people are posting things into the right accounts, whether those accounts are accurate when they're tested, whether they mesh up to the terms of a contract. But I have seen that internal audit actually is tasked with investigations that would be similar to what you would have experienced in your former life, which would have gone over to the compliance side of the house. And so I have seen internal investigations done by the audit department, internal audit department, where that usually would be done by a compliance officer. The compliance officer is involved in the investigation, but the internal auditors actually, I've seen some internal audit investigations of particular issues that are done that would have typically been done on the compliance side of the house with some of my other clients. So that's the one that stands out to me. The other one that stands out to me is, and it may just be my client experience, that the way that the internal audit function is structured, where you have internal auditors at the property who then report to a regional manager who has a number of properties, so that that person, he or she, has a sense of what's happening at the different properties. And then all that reports up to a corporate level person. As opposed to my experience usually with a major public company is there's an internal audit department and they go out and they're not necessarily acquainted with the individual properties. They are a corporate level group that have to, almost like the audit division of the board, acquaint themselves sometimes with what's going on at the property. So those are the distinctions I have seen. I'll let Mr. Eaton or Ms. Wilson amplify that, and please, if I didn't answer your question, clarify what, or ask it again, they'll answer it.
I appreciate it. Mr. Eaton, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think, and thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. Reeser, I think you characterized it correct. Another example, internal audit, we've talked about this questionnaire. Internal audit goes out, a little, I would say, more proactive than maybe some companies are used to. Goes out to 170 or so higher level employees throughout our company every quarter. Asks about 14 questions where each employee has to certify, having to do with conflicts of interest, and any fiduciary duties or lack thereof, adhering to fiduciary duty. That is assembled and funneled to compliance committee, which we meet quarterly, at a minimum quarterly, which Ms. Wilson's the chair, and that is reviewed at compliance committee. And then at compliance committee, if there are any issues that are brought up that an audit has identified, we go to the board and or the audit committee. So I think that's some of the interaction, interfacing that is an example of what we do.
Okay, what you indicated with respect to the questionnaire, are you
Yes.
saying that internal audit on a quarterly basis goes out and tests approximately 170 employees in the company for their knowledge of the AML procedures that they've been trained on?
So Commissioner, this is not just AML.
Okay.
Although we have a very active AML program. I'm very proud of our AML program. We have a corporate-wide AML program, and then each operational company has to have it tailored to their property, and they have individual meetings down at the corporate, at their level, property level. Then that gets funneled up through our head of AML, her name's Stephanie Walker, which gets funneled to compliance. And we review that, and then we review that with the board. The questionnaire we're talking about is more holistic. It talks about, have you seen, or have you I'm going to give you examples. Have you seen or have yourself accepted giving gifts to political operatives that would unjustly influence them? Is there a conflict of interest that you have seen or that you have participated in? Are you doing business with an outside vendor outside of the company? Those are the type. I think there are 14 questions. That is what our head of our internal audit gathers and then brings back.
On your property level internal auditors, I understand they report to a regional manager. Is that a regional internal audit manager or a different regional manager?
That's a regional internal audit manager who reports. Yes, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, who reports up to head of internal audit.
In corporate, yes.
In corporate, and then Miss Wilson heads the audit committee. So obviously it flows up through her, and then ultimately also the board.
Understood. At the property level, do they have any reporting responsibilities to the property management?
Yes, and Mr. Cap can also jump in here if he'd like, because audit is also under him. It's not under me, but I'm happy to take this because I believe I know it. They report to the general manager is heavily involved at the property level. Now it's internal audit. It has to be independent, but they do have a dotted line to the GM. But ultimately, those findings need to go to the head of internal audit, who goes to Ms. Wilson.
Okay, thank you. And that was the concern. I wanted to make sure that they did have that independence and the ability to report their findings to someone other than property management, who they were conducting the audits of. The other aspects you spoke about, I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Reeser. That's typically what I'm familiar with internal audit doing, is the investigations and involved in much more than just looking at the accounting records. In fact, the accounting records were a small portion of what I'm used to internal audit doing. So I appreciate that clarification. With respect to this, the questionnaire, you said that's not like a pass or fail. Shifting gears a little bit to your AML program, do they have any specific testing of the minimum knowledge on AML? Do the employees go through some kind of training and then not necessarily testing, but some kind of inquiry into to make sure that they have the adequate knowledge to really be on the floor on their own? And if not, what supervision do you provide?
Great question. The answer is yes. I'm going to correct Mr. Reeser just a bit. He's usually never wrong, and I'm not saying he's wrong, but we do training, and I think, Commissioner, you're probably very familiar with this in your past life and now. But we do training of every employee on AML. So that starts with the cleaning people, and it goes all the way up to George, Mr. Papineer. And after you have to take this training, there are 3 sessions, it's through Casinos Essentials, and there are 3 courses. And after you go through that hour or 2-hour course, you've got to pass it. Okay. So there are 10 questions. And if you don't pass, you got to go back and do it. And if you don't pass again, and I'll keep saying this, at some point you're taken off the roster, or you're suspended. Is not a good word, but you can't come to work until you pass it. If you don't take it, you have a 90-day grace period. And if you are not going to take it, then you cannot come to work. So we try to hit every employee. That is who it is aimed for. And again, whether it's the cleaner who may see someone stuffing bills into a machine without any play, because they happen to be cleaning the machine, all the way up to Mr. Papanier and Mr. Cap, who may in their functions have some knowledge. So we do make them pass. We do make them pass.
All right, and that was my only concern. Obviously, I wouldn't want to see anybody lose their job, but I would want to make sure that they have sufficient support if they aren't quite up to par on the knowledge that they need in order to be handling transactions on the floor. So I appreciate that.
They do.
Another brief question. And I don't know if this may be at a property level or a corporate level, do you have some kind of reporting hotline or mechanism for employees to report any unusual activity they see other than these periodic questions, through internal audit?
Another very good question. I appreciate it. We have a hotline. We have it at each property. It's obviously whistleblower protected. It's anonymous if you want. It doesn't have to be anonymous, but it is. It's posted not only through our local, we have local newsletters at each property, but it's also posted at bulletin boards throughout the property. Call 1-800 hotline. That's not the right number, but as an example. And what happens there, and I don't want to belabor this, but what happens there, if one comes in, it gets immediately taken by Stephanie Walker, who I've mentioned before. She's head of AML, but she also administers the hotline. She makes the decision. If it seems like it's something that is a very minor, she might go to a GM and talk it through if it's not something that should rise to the level. If it's something that rises to the level of doesn't feel right or seems illegal or immoral, unethical, goes to me. And then I take the appropriate action to investigate and go. And I'll go to who I need to go to.
And Ms. Walker, again, is the head of the AML program?
Yeah, her title is, I'm not sure of her exact title, but she's the head of AML she has a legal training, and she's head of AML through the company, yes.
Is that hotline principally maintained for AML purposes, or does it encourage employees to report any wrongdoing or suspected transactions that they might feel need to be looked at?
Anything they feel is unethical, immoral, illegal, or quote, just not right.
But that still always goes through Ms. Walker's department?
It does, just because we needed someone just to do an intake. And she's excellent at getting the intake and knowing who to call. So literally, I don't want to make it like she's the one who starts investigating. She intakes and knows, okay, I call Mr. Eaton, I call Mr. Cap, or I call a general manager if it's not at that point, if it's something that, or HR, human resources will get involved possibly right away.
Okay. I appreciate it. I don't have any further questions at this time. I think they were all answered both by your affirmative presentation, which was excellent, and by my fellow commissioners' questions.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Salzrini. I had a couple just follow-up questions for Mr. Eaton. Mr. Eaton, you're an attorney in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, correct?
That's where I'm admitted. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
How many years have you been an attorney?
Oh God, you're going to do this to me. Too many. 31.
Oh, I feel your pain. I've got 45 in and I'm still going, so I know what you're talking about. I was interested. It sounds like you're very busy. You're on the compliance committee. You meet quarterly. Ms. Wilson's the chairperson. How often do you actually communicate in your role that you have with the company with Ms. Wilson? How much time do you have with her?
Miss Wilson can certainly speak to this, but an awful lot. Miss Wilson's wonderful. I'm going to make her blush probably, but she's been a godsend to our company. Her background, I think you've seen it. It's impeccable. Her coming on board has been a godsend to me and the committees. We talk a lot. Miss Wilson certainly can chime in here, but her experience has been invaluable for someone like me.
Very good. And do you get
great.
properties?
And I will say that Craig and I talk probably every other day, whether it's a minor issue or something, major, just because as he mentioned, we get a lot of these hotline issues and we just kind of go through them so that we can resolve them and stay on top of that. So we're in constant communication.
I saw you at the earlier proceedings, and I really look forward to when we get to that part in the presentation, being able to ask you some questions, and I enjoyed your prior presentation. Getting back to Mr. Eaton for a minute, you have 14 properties out there. Do you get around to all of those, or how often do you venture out there with problems that come to your attention in your capacity with the company?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So we don't have 14 yet, but we're almost there. Answer is yes. I get to them. With COVID, it's a little harder. I did get to the Mount Blue during COVID. So yes, I get to them. We have enforced compliance staff at each property who I'm in contact with via phone or Zoom quite often. But I do think it's important to touch and feel the properties as much as you can. Again, it's been tamped down a bit because of COVID, but I've been to at least 3 or 4 properties during COVID, and I've been to everyone.
All right. Well, I want to know that, and I assume that the compliance committee, the audit committee, and your involvement with each of the properties that you've articulated, it's pretty much of a uniform standard response that's applied equally across all the properties that you venture out to, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. I didn't have any further questions for you at this time. I wondered if Commissioner Cohen, I didn't know if he had any questions, and we'll see where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had one area that I'd like to inquire of. Bally's and the Sinclair Broadcasting strategic agreement relationship. The write-up materials, and I guess this question would be probably for Mr. Eaton. Ultimately, depending on certain thresholds being met, it stated in the materials that Sinclair could eventually acquire or own 29.9% of the company. Other matters that have come before the board, that's a very, very rich deal. And I'd just like to hear from you, you're banking on the Sinclair relationship and the acquisition of BetWorks to be a substantial part of your company. So I'd just like you to just address that issue and to make sure for the commission purposes to tell us that presently Sinclair, has no management or rights of say in the ongoing day-to-day operations of Bally's.
I'll start, and with your permission, Commissioner, I think Mr. Kim may want to add to this. But I can tell you that no individual can go over 5% without being duly licensed, and that is not the intent here. The intent's not for any individual or company to get up to that level that you're talking about. And understanding that if you do have to go over 5%, there's a whole new licensing process that has to be adhered to, not only in Nevada, but in many other states. But with that, with your permission, I don't know, Mr. Kim, if you'd like to add.
Thank you, Craig, and good morning, Sue Kim, Chairman of the Board, Chairman, Commissioners. Commissioner Cohen, to answer your question on Sinclair, look, Sinclair is a very important relationship for us. They are the largest owner of local sports rights in America. Actually, through their $10 billion Fox regional sports nets purchase, half of baseball, basketball, and hockey play on their networks. They also own Tennis Channel, which is separate from that purchase. Tennis Channel, which is actually, strangely enough, the second most popular sports betting sport. And then, of course, they own 90 TV stations, including stations in Reno and Las Vegas, those are the stations where the NFL plays. So, look, when we thought about how we want to approach, competing in this new world, the world where I think, casinos and technology are going to come together. We thought that the media component would be critical to that. Look, I'll be frank. I mean, we don't have the resources nor the real desire to spend billions and billions of dollars on advertising. What we thought would be a really good way to do it is to create essentially a consanguineous relationship, a partnership with a firm that did possess a lot of these media rights and were interested in bringing technology and gaming know-how to that content. It turns out that so we have an economic relations where they are now the second largest shareholder of our company. And I think that's a good thing because then they're incentivized to make sure that our company does well. But in terms of management, they have no management, they have no representation on the board, no input. Obviously, they're very sensitive, as are we, about making sure that we obviously operate in a completely regulated environment such as this one, and we embrace that. I mean, that's one of our great strengths, and that's not what their business is. So I think in terms of governance, there's no issues there because they have no desire to exert governance over that economic relationship. But the economic relationship being done through equity is really the best way to do it. Again, just forming a partnership because they're frankly it's been months now since we've established a relationship, but the relationship continues to get stronger as we come up with more ideas, more ways that we can combine their media rights and our technology, our gaming, to present something completely different, something that the country hasn't seen yet. And so I think the equity relationship allows us to do so sort of more smoothly, without having to create a new agreement every time we have to, what about that thing? Okay, well, how much do you want for that? Or what should we pay? Or what, how much of that do you get? Since they know that what's good for us is good for them, we're just helping each other out. And what's good for them is good for us. We try to help each other out as we move forward into this sort of brave new world. So it's been a great relationship. At the time we issued something less than $200 million worth of equity, for this, that's worth more than 500 now to them. And so they're really happy. and you know what? And so are we, because, we think that we've gotten, we've received value well in excess of the value that we gave up. And I think that in as much as it's worth more to them, it's worth more to us and vice versa. So that's really it's a very good economic partnership. Does not have any governance implications to us, which obviously we take very seriously.
And that was my question. I just want to make sure that from a governance perspective, because they are such a large shareholder, with definitely the tranches to become greater, and maybe it'll change. Maybe so they do want to go on the board. I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But what you stated makes perfect sense, and they're going to be a great partner. It's a great symbiotic relationship, and good for your company, good for Sinclair. Thank you. That answered my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Good morning, Mr. Kim. How are you?
Good morning, Chairman.
Good to see you again. I had a couple of follow-up questions. Commissioner Cohen raised a couple of the points that I was going to make, but we talk about Sinclair and being so integral to the operation, and I was wondering if we put presently their largest shareholder in your company, or second largest, if they're like at 20%, do they have an opportunity to increase that down the road?
I think we have in our agreement, I believe we put a cap in that agreement at some point. I can't even recall exactly. I think it may be 30. But I'm not exact. I can't.
That was the number I was looking for from you. I thought it was that they could ultimately reach 30%, and I just wanted to spread that on the record and make sure that was your understanding as well. That they do have the propensity under the agreements to actually get larger than they already are as an investor in your company. So,
that's
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Sue, I'll just recap that deal if you don't mind. But
sure.
There were 14.9%, Mr. Chairman, in penny warrants that we issued to Sinclair at the close of the transaction. And that was really the upfront money, if you will, for rebranding of the regional sports networks and the symbiotic relationship that Sue just walked us through to create the true partnership in common ownership, if you will. There's another 5 percentage points of equity that's available to them in the form of stock options with strike prices between $30 and $45, evenly divided. And there's another 10 percentage points that Sinclair earn, or it's called kind of an earnout that they earn as they deliver to us what we call qualified first-time depositors into our sports betting network, if you will, going forward. So the last 15 percentage points are either paid for or earned by Sinclair. The first 15 we gave up front for the relationship.
Okay, so that's how we could approach that 30% number.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cap. I wanted to go back to Mr. Kim just briefly for a moment. And I noticed, Mr. Kim, that and looking at your materials, you have Nevada as the first jurisdiction you're ever licensed in at Aliante, correct?
That's correct.
So we have some history here with gaming and yourself here, and it's been really a good relationship, I think. So.
Absolutely, Chairman. Thank you very much for pointing that out. I mean, look, it's almost coming back full circle. It's a real honor to before you guys all here today this morning. Yeah, I mean, look, we I think we successfully turned around Aliante, did really well. Ultimately sold it to Boyd. Everyone's really happy with the outcomes, and we haven't been involved in Nevada since. But with the purchase of MontBleu and we're coming back to the state. I mean, it's exciting to me personally. And look, I think it's pretty simple that if we are what was a regional gaming company with now sort of national ambitions, and we've added a number of states where we do business in. It makes sense to come back to Nevada. Nevada is, the spiritual home of gaming. So it's really, I think it's going to be a very important part of our company.
Very good. And just, I remember when Aliante opened, I was there opening night. And I hate to further date myself, but that was a while back, and that was when it was built out there in that location. And there wasn't a lot out there in those days, but it sure has been surrounded now by a lot of tech companies and things of that nature. So I think it's exciting times ahead. But in any event, you said one thing at the board meeting that really caught my attention. I think you're answering board member Casaros's a question about what you see for Mont Bleu. And you said you're looking at it as a destination property and to give your customers an option of a place to go in Nevada and Lake Tahoe specifically. I like that. I kind of agree with you. Could you just enlighten me a little bit more about that, how you're going to go about doing that?
Sure. I mean, look, we are, look, you know, even though we are spending a lot of time on technology, we very much believe in the physical casino experience. I think it's, you know, I think technology should be complementary and the online experience should be complementary, but there are certain things that, you know, the social experience, the communal experience, the entertainment that you can do at a physical casino that, you know, can't be delivered online. And really, you know, the kind of, you know, both gaming and non-gaming amenities available to casinos in Nevada are just, you know, really the best in the country. So we have not had a sort of a hub and spoke business to this point. You know, we've essentially been opportunistically acquiring regional casinos. This is an opportunity for us to have, again, our first sort of destination that sort of, it would be fun to send our casinos, our customers from different parts of the country to have a resort-like experience at a place like Lake Tahoe. And I think that's very exciting. Yeah, and I think it will become a very important part of our you know, family of casinos. I think, you know, I think it'll become a critical leg.
Very, very good. And I think you forecast as I do that Nevada is getting ready to really blossom again. We see the restrictions being lifted. We see a lot of interest out there. We see new hotels being opened here. We've just had Circa. We're going to have Virgin Hard Rock opening up soon. We have you guys up there at Mont Bleu. I think you'd agree with me. We're just about ready to explode and really come out of it. And is that what you're forecasting as well?
Yeah, I mean, look, life is about timing. In the same way as the grand opening of Alianti was not good timing.
No.
You know, in some ways, you know, our timing of potentially closing the Mont Bleu and adding that and as part of our system might be perfect. It really might be perfect. I mean, we have a deep belief that people will come back, that there's a lot of pent-up demand, and people want to get out of the house, obviously safely, but that it's coming, and it's a good time to get in. So.
What a nicer place in Las Vegas or Lake Tahoe in this instance. So.
Absolutely. That's right.
All right. Well, moving right along. I didn't have any other questions. I didn't know if any of my fellow colleagues have any follow-up questions. If I don't hear any, I'll take it back to Mr. Reeser and we'll proceed again. Commissioners, does anybody have any follow-up?
Just a quick question, kind of focusing on Mont Bleu again. And to me, it always seems that property, and I'm glad, Chair Moran, that you brought Mont Bleu up specifically to me, because I think the omni-channel capabilities, your database, all of those seem like extraordinary cross-marketing opportunities. Can you also talk a little bit about community? I did have a chance to go to your investor website, and I see that you are very dedicated to your communities currently. And with each acquisition, it looks like your investment will be substantial into those communities. So can you talk a little bit about the lake in the Mont Bleu area and what you kind of see as far as your involvement up there?
Yeah, so let me start this question. Maybe I'll pass it off to George as well, the CEO. Again, this is Soo Kim, the chairman. Commissioner Foyce, 100% correct that each area, each community that we enter, we want to be important to that community. Obviously, we started this. Our company started in right outside of Providence, Rhode Island, where interestingly enough, we pay the highest gaming taxes in the land. Like there's no higher. And we also, I probably think we pay pay the highest wages in the land, or pretty close to it. We're fully unionized all the way through, and we embrace both of these sort of responsibilities because we're so embedded into our community. We obviously, are the largest taxpayer. We generate a huge amount of jobs, and so we understand that the right that we have to do business that we were granted and trusted with is a serious responsibility, and we have to. It's not just about making money, but doing it right, doing correctly, and that's where I give, in sort of that's where our DNA sort of starts, and then as we've been spreading out and and purchasing more casinos in different communities, we try to take that responsibility, that feeling of responsibility to the community with us. And so, look, obviously, business conditions in every state and locality are different. Tax rates, different just rules and regulations, and so we will ultimately run the business in a way that makes sense. But look, it's hard for me to speak too closely to the Lake Tahoe, sort of greater Reno community just yet, because I have to say I am not that familiar with it, But make no mistake, within some period of time, you'll see that we are, we truly have embedded ourselves and are connected to some of the local organizations and the schools, and we're working to make sure that people know who we are, not just as a gaming company per se, but also as a good community partner. I don't know.
And I appreciate that. I just kind of want to get that on the record because you are in this huge growth mode, and I just want to make sure that we save a little for that area. I think it's important.
Every area is important to us.
All right, very, very good, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I bring it back to Mr. Reeser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Dan Reeser, for the record. The record that we established before the board includes the transcript that you have, and that transcript includes summaries that we provided on the backgrounds of each of the individuals that are before you today. These executives collectively have more than 100 years in gaming industry experience, as well as complementary expertise from other regulated industries, including investment banking, securities, financial institutions, and public utilities. Combined, these individuals also, to use a euphemism, this is not their first rodeo. They have been licensed in Nevada, some of them, and in many other jurisdictions combined. There's close to 50 jurisdictional licenses that are held by these individuals. So we'll rest on that record and welcome any questions the commission might have on the individual applications.
Very good, Mr. Reeser. I appreciate that. I think most of the commission have seen their responses earlier down at the board, but also have obviously read all the materials on this. Just a real quick snapshot. Mr. Kim has been licensed before in Nevada. Let's see here. Mr. Cap has been licensed before as well. I believe Mr. Eaton, Mr. Weir, and Ms. Wilson have never been licensed before, nor has Mr. Papinier. So having said that, and have read the transcripts and looked at the materials, I'm comfortable with all of them. However, I do want to give my fellow commissioners an opportunity to ask any questions of any of them that they feel that they would like to have answered. So having said that, why don't we at this point turn it over to my fellow commissioners and colleagues and see who would like to go first on any questions to any of those individuals that are on our agenda. Okay.
Chair Moran, this is Commissioner Brown, if I may, please.
Yes, Commissioner Brown, thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, this is a very impressive cadre of individuals who are before us today, and I really enjoyed the presentation before the board. It was extensive. It took hours, and I don't intend to go through all of it again. Obviously, there's no need because I am thoroughly impressed. But Mr. Kim, if you would maybe indulge me on the record, I know that you were talking about community partnership based on the questions of my fellow commissioners. But I wanted you to talk in a little bit more detail about your commitment to community in connection with Pursuit Today that you're involved in and what the genesis was. And I mean, I know you're part of the high school alumni group, but How did that get started? Were you the founder of that? Is that something you took over when it was formerly Coalition for Queens? I mean, just very interested in that program and how you identified that specific niche of training the underprivileged minorities and women in the technology arena. Just very interested in that, just for the record, because I think it's a very worthy cause and something that should be commended.
Commissioner Brown, thank you very much, and always appreciate an opportunity to speak about something that's near and dear to my heart. Pursuit, which was formerly called Coalition for Queens, is a charity actually started by a classmate of mine from high school, and actually he had served as the president of our high school alumni association before I. And then when he stepped down, I took his role there. He stepped down to actually start Pursuit. And then I joined him on the board maybe like a year later, and so it's really he's the executive director. It's led by a gentleman by the name of Juke Su. He's an amazing individual. His own personal story, single mom family, immigrant, tale, went to Harvard, then actually served as in the U.S. Army as a captain in Iraq, and then came back and actually, started Pursuit not long after. He's deeply focused on our community where we both grew up, which is Queens, New York. Queens actually holds the distinction for being the most diverse county in America. I mean, I'm not actually 100% sure if that's true or not, but there's like 100 languages spoken. It's really like, when people talk about New York being the melting pot, they're actually talking about Queens. And so the program, what we do is we essentially fund students, would-be, really aspiring coders, and interestingly enough, computer programming and coding to make websites and apps, that's actually a technical trade skill. Doesn't require a college degree, doesn't require a PhD in XYZ. And it can be taught. It can be taught to, I wouldn't say, it can be taught to a lot of people. And strangely enough, when you look at Silicon Valley, Silicon Valley and Google and Facebook, all those companies, they're not very diverse. There's a certain type of young adult that gets attracted to that field. But really part of that is because that's the groups that come from the families that can afford to pay for the $45,000 worth of coding boot camp that they go attend after having gone to college. Because again, you don't learn to be a coder in college. You actually go to a boot camp and you learn afterwards. And so really the idea that Juke came up with was, well, why don't we provide scholarships, an organization to actually teach kids how to code, and then it just became sort of fun to just keep taking, well, what about like kids out of high school, or GED equivalent, or associate's degrees, or not only do you not have to go to college, but let's just see how wide a funnel we can actually bring. And now, look, we're in our 8th year. We're taking about 150 kids through the program, young adults actually through the program. And again, very diverse from, completely, different backgrounds. One of the alternative names for the program is called 1885, because you were making $18,000 and then working at, McDonald's, and then, your first year out of the program, you can make $85,000, and there's, by the way, there's an unlimited amount of coding jobs. Those jobs that are being outsourced to India or wherever else, we can do them right here. And it just requires us to sort of shift our focus in terms of educating our young adults who are very interested in into this world. So it's just been a real it's been a real pleasure for me, for just supporting GUK to help build this this charity, and it's something that, look, we are, it's interesting because we're trying to figure out ways that we can, I can sort of tie my my Valley experience, and where we're actually starting to try to become a tech company. So I've been sort of talking to GUK and figuring out ways. Well, what if we can try to spread this program around in different communities where we could be the sponsor, where we can help fund these kids, and then look, historically we've graduated about 70–80% of the kids, and then they're qualified, iOS engineers, or and it's pretty cool, So I think that we're going to figure that out. I think that one of the things we're working on with our Richmond proposal in Virginia is actually trying to build some kind of technical training center that's has a lot of similarities, where we can take candidates from the local schools and train them for careers, not just in casinos, but in technology, because we're really trying to do both, right? We're not, now, there's a lot of great casino careers working in a casino, but there's also great careers that are working in the technology that surrounds casinos. So we're trying to do both, and look, it's very important to me. And again, I like to try to, in the end, reflect, my values. I'm the largest shareholder. We're the largest shareholder. And we just try to make sure that our company, is thinking about our community impact and our responsibilities, in addition to trying to make as much money as we can for our shareholders.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I just think it's an excellent program, and I just wanted to shed some light on it, because I think from a granular level, when you make changes like that, it just extrapolates much further out and impacts thousands of lives. So thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Any other commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that the application before us and the individuals before us, perfectly presented. The presentations by the individuals and the response to the statements, were very, very well thought through. The personal applications, spotless, no areas of concern. Unless my fellow colleagues, have anything, to add or question, I'd be prepared to for a motion on non-restricted number 1.
All right. Well, let's see. Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Let's see. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions? If not, then we'll go to a motion and see if Commissioner Cohen has a motion for us. I don't see any other questions. Okay, let's take it back to Commissioner Cohen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval in its totality of non-restricted agenda item number 1 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and pursuant to the GCB recommendations as set forth, by the board.
That would include the 6 conditions, correct?
Yes, sir. And the draft number 1.
Okay, very good. We have a motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not seeing or hearing of any, I should say. I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye, very good. The motion passes. And let's go to non-restricted 2.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Bally's Corporation for a continuous or delayed public offering. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning, Chairman Moran, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the Control Board. I'm Dan Reeser with Fenmore, appearing with Stephen Kapp, Bally's Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer, on our 3-year shelf approval application on behalf of Bally's. This is a routine application for approval of a continuous and delayed public offering as permitted to publicly traded companies under Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 16-115. We've reviewed draft number 1 of the proposed order approving delayed public offering, which is in proper form and substance and acceptable to the company, and we welcome any questions the commission might have on the application.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reeser. I noticed early on that board our agent Mueller had no complications or no problems on this whatsoever. So it looks like it's just basically almost administratively, but let me make sure that my colleagues don't have any questions for you on this. I don't see anybody. Okay, then we'll bring it back to the board. If nobody has any other questions, bring it back to the board or to the commission for a motion. Do we have a motion on this?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Brown. I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 2 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
All right, a motion is made. I don't see any discussion on the motion. What we'll do is.
Mr. Chairman, before you take the vote, does that include approval of draft number 1 of the proposed order?
My motion does include the
Thank you, Commissioner Brown.
the clarification.
Thank you. We have a motion and it does include draft number 1. So I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. Motion carries and passes. I would say, once again, very good luck to you, Mr. Kim, as chairman of the board, as well as the other people that you brought down here today who underwent the licensing process. We wish you all every amount of success here in Nevada, and we look forward to big things for you. And to Attorney Reeser, great job as always. You do a good job for your clients, and we appreciate it very much. So take care and good luck to you.
Our thanks to the commission for your attention to the applications. Have a good day.
Thank you. Madam
Thank you.
Secretary, could we call the next item?
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Caesars Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration, acquisition of control of William Hill PLC, a finding of suitability as sole shareholder of Caesars UK Holdings Limited, and licensure as sole shareholder of William Hill US Holdco Inc. It is also the applications of Caesars UK Holdings Limited for registration as an intermediary company, Caesars Interactive Entertainment LLC for transfers of interest as noted on the agenda, and the applications of William Hill US Holdco Inc. for transfers of interest and licensure as an operator of interactive gaming. In addition, you have the applications of Caesars Entertainment Inc., William Hill US Holdco Inc., American Wagering Inc., BW Subco, and William Hill Nevada 1 for the pledges as noted on the agenda, and the application of Circus and El Dorado joint venture doing business as Silver Legacy Resort Casino to add, remove, or modify conditions. Lastly, you have the applications of Thomas Robert Rigg, Anthony Louis Carano, Brent Yunker, and Edmund Louis Quatman Jr. for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer, director, key executive, and or manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I believe Commissioner Brown has a disclosure.
Yes, thank you, Chair Moran. I do have a number of disclosures to make for non-restricted item number 3. Louis Roca, the law firm where I'm a partner, represents Silver Legacy Resort Casino, a DBA of Caesars and El Dorado Joint Venture LLC in intellectual property and trademark matters. Also, Caesars Entertainment Corp. is adverse to a current client of Louis Roca involving gaming. Additionally, Louis Roca represents Avi Casino Enterprise, Inc. with regard to monitoring public Nevada gaming regulatory information relating to Caesars Entertainment's acquisition of William Hill. JESR LLC is owned by a client of Louis Roca, which client is involved in the renewal of construction contracts. Lastly, the Sands Regency is an affiliate of Jacobs Entertainment, Inc. involving an unrelated transactional matter. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected as described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate today. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is the disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, your disclosure is adequate.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Brown. All right, do we have an applicant and counsel?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, my name is A.G. Burnett of the law firm of McDonald Carano, here representing Caesars Entertainment, Inc. today in this matter. And also with me today are Tom Rieg, the CEO. Brett Yunker is here. He is the CFO. Ed Quatman is the Chief Legal Officer. Mr. Jeffrey Hendricks is the Senior VP of Regulatory and Compliance for the company. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you at the outset for waiving the appearance of Mr. Anthony Carano. He's out of town. He's the president and COO, and we're thankful that you waived that appearance. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, as outlined at the board hearing 2 weeks ago, these applications will result in Caesars acquiring control over William Hill PLC and all of William Hill's domestic and international assets. And you are all very familiar with both companies, since both have appeared before you multiple times in the very recent past. And you're very familiar with their product offerings and their performance histories here in Nevada and the individuals that control the company that I mentioned earlier. As outlined during the board hearing, Mr. Chairman, this transaction is, as you can see on the title page, is very straightforward. Caesars and William Hill announced the transaction on September 30th of last year. Caesars filed applications for approval of the acquisition of control of William Hill PLC, along with all of the related requests that you see before you today, which include requests for findings of suitability of other intermediary companies, relevant licensures and accompanying pledges. Those were filed in October of 2020. As always, we would like to, at the outset, thank the board staff, and you for hearing this item in such a timely fashion. Since there was such a robust discussion of this item at the board level, and I want to be respectful of the commission's time, I would propose, Mr. Chairman, that we go ahead and answer any questions you and the commission may have. Again, Mr. Tom Rieg is here, and he, of course, his knowledge of this transaction is extremely thorough. In addition, we've got the other key Caesars executives I mentioned earlier, happy to answer any questions that you and the commission may have about this transaction, if that is how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Burnett. It's always good to see you as well.
It's good to see you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would like to ask that initially, it's pretty clear, as mentioned, earlier, straightforward merger of two businesses that are already doing business together. So that's pretty easy. And, one business is buying the other one out, and that's easy. So I wanted to hear from you just in a nutshell, a little bit about that transaction. Just take me through it as easily and as quickly as you may need time to do.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps I should turn it over to Tom Rieg, because I think that the question probably would also require a history of how we got here and why we're doing this, if that's okay.
Yeah, because I did have a question or two for Mr. Rieg, and I did want to hear from him. So I'd be more than happy to hear from him about the transaction.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we're happy to be here today to speak to you on the William Hill matter. As you know, we formed a partnership with William Hill that you approved when we were still Eldorado Resorts, where William Hill became our sportsbook operator, and we took an equity interest in the William Hill US business as well as the PLC business. At the time, the logic behind that transaction for us was this is and was clearly a fast-moving part of our industry. PASPA had been repealed. Numerous states were looking to legalize sports betting. And we judged at Eldorado that we didn't really have a national brand that would resonate and be competitive on a nationwide basis. And so we looked for partners. We were already partners with William Hill in Reno, and that had been an outstanding relationship for us. And we came to the original partnership transaction. At the time, the idea of us owning Caesars was really not even an idea. And so we went along our way. As you know, we subsequently entered into an agreement and closed on the purchase of Caesars Entertainment, which put us in a very different position from a brand and a database standpoint. And so what we needed to do was restructure the partnership in some form that allowed for the ability to use the Caesars brand, which was not contemplated in the original partnership. And most importantly, to tie to the Caesars Rewards database, which is unquestionably one of the biggest assets that we acquired within Caesars. And so as we had those discussions, we talked about potentially just modifying the partnership, but it quickly moved to given the pace at where things were happening in sports and online, we thought it behooved us to kind of take control of our destiny here and really sit at the steering wheel ourselves. And so we entered discussions to buy out William Hill, and in September, we reached agreement on terms and announced the transaction.
Very good. And at the end of the day, we're talking about a 20% versus an 80%, and Caesars ending up with 100%, correct?
That's exactly right. And William Hill has the US business that you're familiar with and we're discussing. They have a significant non-US business that's quite profitable. But as you know, Caesars is a domestically focused company. So our intention post-closing is to run a process and sell the rest of the world assets. So really at its core, what we're buying is the 80% of the US business that we don't own.
How does that affect the person who's working in the trenches, the employees? Will we be keeping them and keeping them employed, and getting the ones that aren't right now employed back to work? How's that going to work?
That's absolutely the case. So in this transaction, unlike you have seen us before you with numerous transactions over the years on the casino side, and in those transactions, a lot of the investment case is cost savings, which in many cases means people and jobs and running more efficiently. In this case, we're effectively buying our own sports business that's already been run and already running and combined. We're really just buying an 80% interest that we don't already own. This is not at all a transaction about synergies. As we grow, particularly into new states and on the tech side, we would expect employment in this entity to actually increase, which is the polar opposite of really every casino bricks and mortar transaction we've done in the past.
Very good. I had a question for your counsel for a moment. I wanted to ask Mr. Burnett about 3.070. And I wanted to ask him about him not believing that it applied here. I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that we noted when we prepared our response at the request of the Gaming Control Board was the language in Reg 3070, which, as you know, is historically meant to guard against anti-competitive or potential monopolistic activities. Although it has some questions towards the end, the regulation is really geared toward that. The actual language in the regulation indicates that, and I'm quoting, in every instance in which a person, entity, or persons involved in an entity holding a gaming license in the state of Nevada makes application for an additional license, the board and commission should consider whether such multiple licensing criteria is essentially in compliance with the state's policy regarding gaming. Again, I believe going towards potential anti-monopolistic types of behaviors. Here you actually don't have any new technical gaming licenses being applied for or obtained. This is merely the combination of two companies that are already currently licensed to undertake the activities that they're undertaking. In the case of Caesars, of course, a gaming operation. In the case of William Hill, sports pool operations. We are combining those into one. So yes, while in a sense, Caesars is adding the sports betting business to its industry vertical, if you will, there are no monopolistic effects that are taking place because no additional licenses in regard to those types of offerings are being obtained.
Okay.
And so that was, we just wanted to note that at the outset, Mr. Chairman. However, we did go through a very thorough analysis, also showing the numbers and showing the combined effects of the two entities and answering those final questions as well.
Right. Well, I'm reading the materials and looking at that as well as your prior presentations. I would tend to agree that that you are in a position that doesn't offend or violate the concepts of 3.070. I would agree with that wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was I want to put on the record here. I wanted to turn it over at this time to my colleagues and see what questions they may have for you or Mr. Rieg or any of the other individuals that are before us today. So having said that, I'd like to know what commissioner would like to go first.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Cohen, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Rieg and or Mr. Bennett, first of all, I agree with the characterization by your counsel that Reg 3.070 in all likelihood was not triggered by this, because I consider it, as you've captioned the application, as a transfer of interest among licensees. And I echo Chairman Moran's statement that I thank you very much for your analysis under 3.070. I thought it was very thorough for this transaction. What I did want to say, and I don't know what the right answer is, but I just want to put this on the record. At some point, Reg 3.070 may become triggered by future acquisitions, if any, by Caesars Entertainment in this matter. In our write-up materials, it talks about, as of right now, William Hill is basically handling, of the total sports right, 46.1%. In total locations, William Hill is at 62.4% of all locations. I don't know what number, if any, is too much, but I do appreciate that we're not there now. And again, I just want everybody's eyes opened that on another major acquisition, 3.070 may become a heightened experience for the state and for licensing purposes. But I do thank you, and I agree with you 100%. And assuming the commission goes forward, I wish you nothing but the best in this acquisition for your company. It makes total sense.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Any other commissioners at this time would like to ask any questions?
Sure, I'll jump in here. And, when I first heard about this, red flags go up as far as the company has a pretty aggressive debt position. But it looks like between your domestic revolver and some overseas funding that you're ready to go. And I guess what really sold me, Mr. Rieg, is you said that in the long run, which hopefully will be more of a short-term event, that this will actually be deleveraging. You anticipate. Can you just kind of talk a little bit about that?
Yes, Commissioner, let me flip that to Brett Yunker, our CFO, who's on the line.
Sure.
Hi, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again. And remember our conversation about our balance sheet last summer when we were approving the big merger. So trust me, our eye was on that ball when we looked at this. We knew on the heels of closing Caesars, turning around and doing another large acquisition, we have to protect our balance sheet here in the U.S. So the financing here, we borrowed no new debt. We're in the exact same debt position we were when we closed Caesars here in the U.S. We did a $2 billion equity offering in early October. So this was 100% equity financed from my perspective here in the U.S. And then we're taking on some non-recourse debt that you referenced in the UK that has no recourse to us here. It's secured by cash flowing assets, non-US assets that we're planning to dispose of over the next 12 to 18 months. So at the end of that transaction, what we'll be doing is bringing back capital because we'll be selling those non-US assets. It'll repay the debt that sits overseas, and then we'll be bringing back capital to repay debt here. So that's a portion of the deleveraging. On top of that, we're acquiring a cash flow positive business. So 100% equity financed, cash flow positive today, plus repaying debt in the future once we complete that disposition.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I just want to get that on the record, and I think it's important to note about that, that there is no recourse to the U.S. assets from your financing overseas. That's I like to see that in that agreement, and that's really it for me. I just wanted to, again, that's been a little bit of a red flag for me, so I appreciate you just reviewing it very quickly.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Fuchs, thank you. Any other commission questions at this time?
Yes, Chair Moran, it's Commissioner Brown, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Brown, thank you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate the affirmative presentation, and I did watch the board presentation as well, so I know it was a little bit more extensive there. And I'm not, of course, going to reiterate what happened there, but I just wanted, just for the record, if somebody could talk to me about the overview of the compliance program and any impact on the existing program as a result of the proposed acquisition that's before us today. If somebody would please speak to that briefly.
Sure, Commissioner Brown. I'm going to turn that one over to Mr. Hendricks, who runs that.
Commissioner Brown, thank you for the questions. Pleasure to be here today. Happy to address the question. So I would start by noting philosophically that our compliance program and our program with state gaming regulatory requirements is a core element of our company's philosophy. It is supported throughout the enterprise, and it's been a core consideration as we have looked at this transaction and previous transactions. So in regards to the integration of the compliance plan itself, our expectation is that these William Hill assets will integrate fully into the Caesars Entertainment Inc. compliance plan, which is a robust program that's been approved by Nevada Gaming Control Board, as well as some additional regulatory bodies, and will apply to the combined enterprise immediately post-closing. Additionally, we're very familiar with the compliance team at William Hill. They've been working with us, as Thomas mentioned, for years now. We're very proud of their efforts. We think that that team is going to integrate very well with what we do at Caesars, and believe that we can provide continuity with their efforts while we integrate them into the umbrella Caesars Entertainment Inc. program. So that's been our focus from when the transaction was announced, and we're just excited to close the deal and start working with those team members to facilitate that integration.
Very much for that thoughtful response.
My pleasure.
All right, any other questions at this time from the commission?
Just one more thing really quickly, and I know that your non-Caesars William Hill business is not substantial, but how has been the response as far as, I know they will keep the William Hill name in the other properties, but how has that response been from those customers?
So I'd say it has been, as you would expect, initially questions of, is Caesars coming into my building? And then, we recognize those concerns and have allayed them with, the relationship doesn't change. We have no access or intention to have access to our third-party customers' databases. We have no intention of putting Caesar's name anywhere in front of their customers. And, that has satisfied initial concerns.
That's good. I think you stating here and at the board, as far as the employee base and kind of keeping that whole, I hope it goes a long way with those people. They've established those relationships already with the William Hill group. So, I know that there'll probably be a little bit of a bumpy road, but once they look at the core of the company and see those, there really isn't changing who they're working with, hopefully that works out for you.
Yeah, I hope so too. And I think, getting to a U.S. domiciled company where the U.S. business is critical to our success really moves, that group in relation to what was a satellite group before to the forefront in this area for us. And hopefully the employees view it that way as well.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchin. I wanted to go back to just for a moment to briefly, Mr. Burnett could answer this one. It's basically, it's my understanding that the number of locations that currently exist after this transaction is concluded, that number of locations will stay the same, correct?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you're referring to the sports book locations? Yes, that's my understanding.
So there won't be any increase in numbers or decreases. They're going to be what they are now.
Well, yes, of course. However, the decrease might be subject to terminations of leases, as the casino host can always do that under agreements if the term expires. And then I believe in the 3070, we did indicate that the company always does continue to wish to expand and grow as a business.
Okay. One last question, and then I'll have all mine answered. With as fast as the industry is moving, and as much as on the table right now with these two companies, I was curious how are your clients handling compliance matters? How do you get the uniformity to spill over into the other, even though it's just a percentage, but you are now acquiring employees with this. But I was curious how you're handling the compliance matters, making sure everybody is following the rules.
I think that, again, this is one I'll turn over to Mr. Hendricks. However, you've asked about my clients, and from what I have seen, the Caesars folks are hard at it every day. And they have been extremely adept at integrating new businesses and new companies and new employees. They've done a tremendous job from my perspective. And I don't know if that's good or bad for Mr. Hendricks, because I think that his busyness has increased substantially. But from my perspective, he does a tremendous job, and they have a very good compliance committee.
Very good. Very good. Thank you for that response. Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any other questions and or a motion?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt prior to a motion, and forgive me, please. But we've looked at the conditions. The conditions are fine. However, I would note, Mr. Chairman, that the second condition you see on the title page has been complied with already, and that relates to the reserve for race and sports. And then the third condition that you see related to the interactive reserve will be complied with today. And what the commission chooses to do in terms of keeping those on or not is certainly up to the commission. However, I wanted to note those for the record.
Okay, so the one that we're talking about that will be complied with today is a condition that recites prior to the commencement of interactive gaming operation, executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the NGCP Audit Division pursuant to NGC regs 5A125.125 and 5.225. That one?
That's correct.
And the other one that has already been complied with is above that one, which deals with the wagering pool operations and executed reserve agreement, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so that one's already been handled as well.
Yes, thank you.
And then the other ones that apply to Silver Legacy, and also the conditions that apply, the Silver Legacy, William Hill, Race and Sports, and the two that we've just talked about, I believe, are the conditions. So there's no questions or anything further on that from you and your clients on those conditions, correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, thank you. All right. Well, then I think we got that on the record. Let's see, go back to the commission and see if we have a commissioner who's willing to make a motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to make a motion, although the condition number 2 has been satisfied and 3 will soon be satisfied. I don't know what the pleasure is of my colleagues, but I would move to approve non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Game Control Board with the conditions to remain, although of course the record reflects that they've been the one has been satisfied.
Very good, Commissioner Solis Rainey. We have a motion. Is there any discussion of the commission on that motion?
Yes,
Just
one point of clarification in connection with draft number 1 of the company's 11th revised order of registration. Just wanted to make sure that was part of the record and that's being included in Commissioner Solis Rainey's motion.
It is, Commissioner Brown. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so we have a motion, and I think everybody's weighed in on it. Are we ready to take a vote? Are there any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. Motion carries, and I'd like to thank you, Mr. Burnett, and your clients for coming down today and putting some light on this. And we're wishing you all the luck in the world on this venture, and go forward and prosper. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. It's great to see all of you today.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 4, which is the application of DeSimone Gaming Inc. doing business as The Pass at Water Street for a non-restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the conditions as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Do we have counsel, Ms. Vermes, present to make a record?
Good morning, Chairman Moran. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to all of the commissioners this morning and Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermes from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicants. Also here with me this morning, Joseph DeSimone, the sole officer and director of DeSimone Gaming. Chris Reese is also here. He is the chief financial officer for Mr. DeSimone's affiliated companies. If I might, Mr. Chairman, just give a brief overview of this application, and then I will cede the podium, if you will, to Mr. DeSimone to answer questions and to give you more color about what he's done there at The Pass.
Absolutely.
This application is for The Pass at Water Street, which was formerly the El Dorado Casino operated by Boyd. The casino was shut down last March 2020 at the start of the pandemic, and it has yet to be reopened. It is the intention, if the applicant is granted approval today, to reopen and put people back to work April 1st. By way of background, DeSimone Gaming and Joseph DeSimone were approved by this commission back in 2015 for the Railroad Pass Casino. In 2017, they appeared again and were approved in connection with the Railroad Pass Travel Center. The transaction to acquire the El Dorado was negotiated and structured very, very quickly. It closed in December 2020. Harpsichord LLC, which is an affiliated entity and managed by Mr. DeSimone, acquired all of the real estate assets, and DeSimone Gaming acquired the gaming assets. DeSimone Gaming has also entered into a lease with Circa to operate the sports book, and I understand that that application will be before you next month. I mentioned that all of this happened very, very quickly, and we reiterate again our thanks to the investigative team, and in particular, Agent Brian Keeney for processing and reviewing this matter so swiftly. And with that, I will give it over to Mr. DeSimone to provide you with more information.
All right. Good morning, Mr. DeSimone. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your time. Thank you, members of the commission. DeSimone Gaming, a company owned wholly by myself, was founded in conjunction with the acquisition of Railroad Pass in 2015. In December of last year, I closed on the El Dorado Casino, purchased from Boyd Gaming. The property did not reopen under Boyd after the COVID shutdown, and there were no immediate plans for Boyd to reopen the property. DeSimone Gaming respectfully requests the opportunity to operate the gaming operations at the 60-year-old property. The successful operation of this property is essential to myself, my family, my team members, and the Water Street District in downtown Henderson. Harpsichord, the landlord, budgeted $5 million in renovations for the El Dorado, including the rebranding of the property as the Pass at Water Street. We are well over this budget. As a business person from the city of Henderson, I am aware of the monumental effort both the public and private sectors and institutions in the community have committed to the revitalization of downtown Henderson. I can't emphasize enough the confidence I maintain towards the tremendous contribution the success of the Pass will make in Henderson and the state of Nevada. Some of the improvements, I won't take long, are as follows. We replaced the security system with brand new surveillance from DVD to a digital system. We redesigned and will reopen the formal restaurant. We created a venue and entertainment center to compensate for the lack of convention space due to the replacement of the Henderson Convention Center with 2 ice rinks operated by the Golden Knights. We rebranded, renamed, and redesigned the 24-hour cafe to Amelia's Cafe, named after my daughter. With Circa, we added an additional $800,000 sports book with operations subject to approval of your commission. We reopened and refurbished the Pass Bar, which was closed years ago. We added back live gaming to the floor. We're going to add 200 slot machines with a new wireless slot system. We will start with 350 machines. Previous owners had only 179 machines due to the COVID restrictions. This increase is one reason we expect to exceed our projections. We redesigned, repainted, and replaced signage to the exterior of the property. Railroad Pass, which has an exceptional performance over challenging times, sits 7 miles from the pass. We'll naturally combine marketing efforts and a management sharing program to efficiently operate both properties. My team members have been beaming with excitement for the future of DeSimone Gaming. Upon approval, we'll be hiring 100+ more people at the pass, many of whom were previously employed there. We'll combine our players card and loyalty programs and have a 24-hour shuttle to and from both properties. I respectfully request the Nevada Gaming Commission accept the recommendation of approval attained from the Gaming Control Board earlier this month for this exciting venture. And I'd be glad to listen closely to any comments you might have and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSimone, for the presentation. And now I just had a couple of comments. You know, I remember when you first came in front of us back in 2015 at Railroad Pass, and it was amazing what you've done since 2015 out there. It's just incredible, and the employment opportunities you've created out there from when you inherited that basically and bought it to today, which you have out there with the travel center and the redo of the highway in front of it and all the different things that are occurring. You know, you've really taken a piece of property and just made it really something special. So congratulations on that. Now turning to the new venture and the new challenge, you know, you're taking over a location that's been there for quite a amount of time. So I personally am really kind of excited to see what you're going to do there with that. And I'm really happy when I hear in your presentation that you're bringing in Circa and Derek Stevens concepts on the sports, but I think that can turn out to be a really healthy relationship for you at that location. So those are just some of my preliminary comments. I have a lot of other ones, but they're all basically accolades for you, and no need to continue down that road. So I want at this point turn to my fellow colleagues and see if any of the commission have some questions, which I'm sure they will, for you, and then we'll round back the home plate. So one other point, you make me think of that when you talk about the Kings and the Ice things of that nature. It comes to mind many years ago when I did the licensing for the Loudons at Santa Fe, and we were talking about an ice skating rink out there. That then it wasn't a whole lot going on out there. A lot of the regulatory people at the local city levels were like scratching their head about what we're going to do with an ice rink out there in the middle of the desert. But it turned out to be pretty good, and I'm sure this one that you're playing will be good as well. So I'd ask my colleagues if who'd like to go first with questions they may have.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions, if I may.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. DeSimone, for being before us today. I just wanted to see if you can maybe speak to a little bit of overview as far as how your back of the house operations are going to be shared. I understand you're going to consolidate some of the operations, but what's going to be based at now the pass versus Railroad Pass?
Yeah, part of the excitement for my team members is that we are going to share some of the management functions as we go through them. The back of house for the kitchen are going to remain independent. We'll have a master chef at both properties and a front of house person at both properties, and different servers. some of the back of house that's going to share responsibilities are the slot department. We've got the security department, which is critical these days. They'll share the same management. We don't have a hotel at the pass, but it is in future plans to put one there as I continue to communicate with the city. So food and beverage will pretty much be separate. Everything, marketing will be combined also. But most departments are going to continue to work with each other. For instance, on procurement of food, we're going to work together, but they will be different. So a lot of synergies, a lot of savings, hopefully at the upper levels. But what's really important is that our employees generate the same relationship our employees at Railroad Pass have with the customer. And we're going to make sure we keep that culture.
How are you conducting your accounting and finance and compliance functions?
And no, Mr. Reese will do that.
Okay. Are those also shared function, I assume?
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll have separate controllers. Separate controllers.
How about compliance? Do you have compliance personnel at, I don't know if you have a corporate level, at a formal corporate level, or are those by property?
No, it's at the corporate level. We have human resources and the security department aforementioned.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No, it's a great property. I think it's going to be a great addition to Henderson. It needed a lot of renovation, so I was happy to see that you were doing that. You mentioned the restaurant, the cafe has been renamed after your daughter Emilia's. Are you keeping the Mexican restaurant that was in there?
It's actually going to be an Italian restaurant and called Restaurant Italiano. It's going to be very good.
Well, that's my second favorite, so that's great. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. Any other questions from the commission?
Just really quickly, Mr. DeSimone, you said there were a lot of renovations. You went over budget. Is your April 1st still your opening or preferred opening date?
Yes, we're although we're over budget, we're ahead of time. So we're still scheduled for that. It's a madhouse over there, but with the help of the responsive city of Henderson, we're going to get it done.
That's great. Well, it does sound, just a quick comment, it does sound like it's a great opportunity for you. It sounds like the cross-marketing opportunities, the shuttle, the loyalty program, and it was refreshing to hear that you're working with your neighbors and you're trying to create interest around yourself with I think you said it was the Emerald Isle and the Rainbow Club, that you're kind of working together to really try to attract patrons.
We are. The owner of both of those properties is Mr. Tim Brooks. He's a very, very good friend, colleague, and we're going to associate to make sure we're bringing more people to downtown Henderson, the Water Street District.
That's great. I think that's refreshing. Sometimes we see a little bit more of a competitive nature. So it sounds, to me, it's a little refreshing to see that cooperation, and I'm sure it will be highly successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Mr. DeSimone, I see you're going to put about 100 people back to work when you open up, correct?
It seems like more, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be good. That's a good opportunity for those folks to get back to their jobs. Okay, I wanted to ask your counsel, Ms. Vermes, the conditions. There's 2 of them there. I imagine everything is fine there. I know there was a little discussion on the conditions at the board level, and I wanted to make sure that the conditions I'm looking at here are good with you.
Yes, we've reviewed the conditions and we're happy with them. So thank you for asking.
All right, very good then. All right, well, I'll bring it back to the commission for a possible motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would, Mr. Cohen, do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I would move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Game Control Board, including the conditions referenced.
All right, Commissioner Solis Rainey, thank you. All right, we have a motion. I'd ask our Executive Secretary, Ms. Bell, to do a head count.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. The motion will carry and pass, and I'd wish you, Mr. DeSimone, the very best going forward. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do at that location. I'm sure it'll be wonderful based on your past history over there at Railroad Pass and the things that you've done going forward. So good luck to you. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
you're welcome. Let's take a brief pause here for 10 minutes and then we'll regroup. Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Moran,
Yes.
we are live. So whenever you are ready, there will be no countdown necessary.
All right. I'm all ready to go when you guys are. Is everybody with us?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the court reporter is.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Brown is here.
I see Commissioner Brown. Okay. Is Commissioner Brown? Oh, okay. We have Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Cohen, Moran. Is Commissioner Fuchs on? And Commissioner Solis.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right. Hello. All right. Commissioner Solis Rainey with us?
Sorry, I had to unmute. Yes, I'm present.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary, let's move on into, I guess it's non-restricted 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Caroline Margaret Jacobs, Hannah Rose Jacobs, and Renee Elizabeth Jacobs for finding of suitability as a beneficiary of the Jacobs Family Economic Trust, the Jeffrey P. Jacobs 2012 Irrevocable Trust, and the Jacobs Family Control Trust. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right. Very good. Is Mr. Raj with us? Mr. Raj?
Oh, there we go. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
I
all
was,
right. Good
I
morning.
was on mute and I didn't know it.
All right. No problem. All right. Would you like to make a record?
Yes, let me start again. My name is David Araj from the firm of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicants, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. With me on this conference today is Stan Gorham, who is the outside general counsel for Jacobs Entertainment. Jacobs thanks you, Mr. Chairman, for waiving the appearances of the individual applicants who, as I mentioned before the board, are applicants only because they are beneficiaries of estate planning trusts. They have no involvement in nor knowledge of any of the businesses of Jacobs Entertainment. And it was on that basis that we asked you to waive their appearance, and we thank you for that. One last thing, Mr. Chairman, Jacobs would like to thank Agent Caitlin Osborne for her very professional handling of the investigation of these 3 applicants. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gorham and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Raj. I didn't have any questions. this matter probably would have gone consent. There's no difficulty here with your clients whatsoever. I saw that they had never been licensed. I read the earlier transcripts of the proceedings. I saw that they're not going to be involved in gaming. In fact, they're only beneficiaries, as you pointed out, and nothing beyond that. So I listened very closely to the agent and the questions posed to them at the board. And nobody had any problems with any of the backgrounds of the three young ladies. And I think, having said that, I don't have any questions, and I'd bring it back to the commission to see if my fellow commissioners have any questions for you, and if not, possibly a motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner Brown. I have no questions, and unless any of my fellow commissioners have questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right, very good.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 6 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. And not seeing anybody wishing to discuss that motion, I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solus Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. That motion will carry, and I thank you, Mr. Raj. It's always good to see you at our meetings, and good luck. And please, best regards to your clients, and good luck going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Secretary, next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 7, which is the application of Mark Summerfield for a finding of suitability as a director of 888 Holdings PLC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Very good. Do we have Mr. Clayton?
You do, Chairman Moran. For the record, Mark Clayton. Also is Laurent Barak, who is a partner at the law firm of Herzog, Fox and Neiman in Tel Aviv, which firm acts as the outside general counsel for 888 Holdings. So he is also present. And then most importantly, we have the applicant, Mark Summerfield, who is the chair of the audit committee for 888 Holdings. There were no issues that came up during the course of the investigation, nor any issues presented at the Gaming Control Board hearing. However, for the sake of the record, I've asked Mr. Summerfield to spend a few minutes reviewing his professional background as well as his duties and responsibilities as chair of the audit committee, if that's acceptable.
That is acceptable, Mr. Clayton, and I would like to hear from Mr. Summerfield. He's never been licensed before. I didn't see anything in his background that caused me to have any kind of difficulty in ultimately getting to approval for him. I hope he's feeling better after the COVID. We continued the meeting of him last time because he had it, and hopefully he's gotten through that and is feeling better. So with that, I'd ask Mr. Summerfield to give his history and tell us a little bit about himself, and we'll move forward from there.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, everybody. I can assure you I am feeling much better. Thank you very much. I would strongly recommend you avoid COVID if you possibly can. Good morning. For the record, I am Mark Summerfield, the Audit Committee Chairman for 888 and a non-executive director for that company. To share a bit about myself, I am a chartered accountant here in the UK, which is the UK equivalent of a CPA. I have an MSc in Accounting and Financial Analysis from Warwick University. I worked for KPMG for 29 years, of which I was a partner of 18 of those, 2 of which I spent working out of KPMG's New York office. My roles for that firm included Global Head of Gaming, UK Head of Audit for Technology, Media and Telecoms, UK Head of Leisure and UK Head of Assurance. For 15 months from 2017 to 2018, I was interim CFO for William Hill PLC. I'm also Audit Committee Chairman for the Angling Trust, which is a not-for-profit organisation that focuses on water and fish conservation and the protection of angling. I've been Audit Committee Chairman for 888 since September 2019. As Audit Committee Chairman, the committee is responsible for monitoring the integrity of the financial statements, reviewing the company's internal financial controls and internal control and risk management systems. We're responsible for monitoring and reviewing the effectiveness of the company's internal and external audit functions. As a subcommittee of the main board, we can call upon any member of the company before us to address any matter within our remit, but fundamentally internal and external audit report directly to committee.
All right, very good. Thank you for your presentation. Let's turn to the commission and see if anybody has any questions for you. I don't have any questions at this time. I looked through the materials. I saw no problem there whatsoever. I know you've had a long association with the industry for quite a while. And I think you've been, at William Hill for 2 years back in the past. So I don't have any questions. Let's see if the commission has any for you. Okay, I don't see anybody who has any questions for you. I remember a long time ago, early on, when 888 came to see me in my offices here. I'm at right now. And I believe Mr. Fest came at that time as one of the attorneys, and he brought with him a gentleman who was an officer in the Israeli Army and Air Force, and we had a nice go around. So when I saw you on here with 888, I was wondering about that, and took me back in time a little bit. You've been with the company 2 years. I go way back to when it first got going, and but I am familiar with the great company, and it's really a pleasure to have you take time to appear in front of us, and I thank you for that. But I don't have any questions for you, and it doesn't look like my commission, any of my colleagues have any either. So I think with that, let's see if we can get somebody to make a motion and approve you, since you've never been licensed before.
Mr. Chairman,
Great.
Oops.
Commissioner Cohen, hello.
I'll defer to Commissioner Fuchs. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I agree, Chair Moran. Mr. Summerfield has a very clean and impressive background. I think your time at KPMG and William Hill are a perfect fit for this company going forward. So with that said, I move for approval of unrestricted number 7 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good, Commissioner Fuchs. Let's call for a vote, Madam Secretary.
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. The motion will carry and it passes. And thank you very much for coming down. I'm glad you're feeling a lot better, Mr. Summerfield. And it's always good to see your counsel, Mr. Clayton, come down here. And you guys have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, next item.
That brings us to non-restricted number 9, which is the application of Aaron Bradley Rosenthal for a finding of suitability as a key employee of Penn National Gaming, Inc. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Very good. Is Mr. Burnett here and the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I was just able to join, and I do see Mr. Rosenthal here with us as well. As usual, well, for the record, my name is A.G. Burnett. I'm with the law firm of McDonald Carano here representing Mr. Rosenthal and Penn. And as usual, Mr. Rosenthal is prepared to give you an affirmative background of himself. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. I'd like to hear from your client. That'd be great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners and Madam Secretary. Thank you for your time today. By way of background, I first moved to Las Vegas in 1987 when my father was stationed at Nellis Air Force Base. I ended up going to Valley High School and then UNLV, where I received a degree in business management in finance. After that, I joined Mirage Resorts in 1997 and worked my way through the ranks after starting in their management development program, where it saw me work at Mirage, Beau Rivage in Biloxi, Mississippi, and ultimately vice president of slot operations at the Treasure Island and then at the Mirage. In 2009, I left MGM Resorts and joined Penn National Gaming in Charlestown, West Virginia as vice president of marketing. Then I moved to help open Hollywood Casino at Kansas Speedway in Kansas. I left the company for a brief 1-year period to return back to Vegas, take care of an ill parent. And during that time, I was general manager of the Eastside Cannery. I then rejoined Penn back in Kansas City at the Argosy Riverside for a couple of years, and then moved to Las Vegas, where I was general manager of the Tropicana from 2016 until last year when I was appointed to this role as Senior Vice President of Regional Operations. In my role as Senior Vice President of Regional Operations, I cover the west part of the United States for Penn National. And the properties I oversee include the Tropicana in Las Vegas, the M Resort in Henderson, and Horseshoe and Cactus Pete's in Jackpot, Nevada. Additionally, outside of Nevada, I oversee Ameristar Council Bluffs, Iowa, Zia Park in Hobbs, New Mexico, Hollywood Casino Kansas Speedway in Kansas City, Kansas, and Argosy Riverside in Riverside, Missouri. I volunteer my time as a member of the Dean's Global Advisory Board at the UNLV Hera College of Hospitality, and have been actively involved in various other charitable organizations, nonprofits, both in Las Vegas and other jurisdictions where I've lived. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the commissioners may have. But in closing, I would also like to acknowledge the work of Agent Jason Mullitz, who was assigned to my application and was both professional and very helpful throughout the process.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. I looked at this. You've never been licensed before, and we wanted to get a look at you and see you and give you an opportunity to come down here and meet us. I don't find anything at all except positive things in your background.
Thank you.
Really happy to hear you attended UNLV, my old alma mater. I go back to when it was NSU.
Nice.
Everything. And, I happy that your dad, started here at Nellis Air Force Base. We get a lot of people that find a home here in Nevada, and particularly Las Vegas, because of Nellis Air Force Base. And we love our military, and it's a real good thing. But I have no areas of concern on anything there. I'm happy you had a good licensing experience with our agents. We have some really, really good ones, and our investigators are tremendous, and they do a great job for the commission and the board. So I don't have any
Couldn't agree
questions.
more.
Let's see if we have any of my colleagues want to ask you a question or two or make a motion. So having said that, I turn it over to them.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just had a quick question.
Yes, Commissioner. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal, for being with us today. I was just curious how you split your time. You have your direct reports are pretty spread out, and I'm assuming there hasn't been a lot of travel because of COVID, but generally, how do you spend your time at the properties?
Well, a combination of travel. I was on furlough during the summer for 4.5 months and was uninvolved during that period of time. But after I returned in August, shortly thereafter, around Labor Day, I was able to return to the road, I guess you could say, and try to get out to the properties as frequently as possible. My travel schedule is typically a week in Las Vegas, where I reside, and then a week on the road. And those road weeks are between the properties and going back to our headquarters in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. And then, of course, as demonstrated by this meeting itself, I've been able to accomplish an incredible amount and increase productivity through Teams and Zoom meetings and the like. So been able to manage the time very well and the commitments that I have with the various properties and jurisdictions.
Thank you. I'm sure in some ways the online presence has made it a little bit easier to get more accomplished.
Very much so.
I didn't have any concerns. I mean, your background looks terrific, and looks like you have some really good experience. So happy to have you. That was the only thing I was curious about, just given how widespread your areas of responsibility were.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner.
I think that Mr. Burnett had a question or two or something to add.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to interrupt if any other commissioners had questions, but I wanted to make sure that the record was clear. You may have in front of you, if I surmise correctly, a memo from board staff regarding Mr. Rosenthal also holding a position as VP of LVGV LLC, which is the holding company for M Resort. And we notified the board staff during the course of this investigation, specifically Mr. Mullitz, who, as Mr. Rosenthal said, was a pleasure to deal with. And we've confirmed that no licensure is required for that position. However, I didn't want to leave that stone unturned in case you had that memo before you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burnett. That does fill in a piece of it, and I appreciate you adding that to our record today.
Thank you.
I'll come back again to the commission to see if there's any questions for Mr. Rosenthal or for Mr. Burnett. And if not, maybe a motion can get made.
Moran, this is Commissioner Brown, if I may briefly.
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Mr. Rosenthal. It's a pleasure to see you, not in person, but
Thank you.
another time. And thank you for coming before us. You have such a wealth of experience in the gaming industry since 1996, and it's quite impressive. And I think you're going to be very well suited for the Senior Vice President Regional Operations position. I'm curious, I understand you're born in Japan. Have you gone back ever? I know you quickly right after, but just.
Oh, you're asking about being born in Japan. Yes. Unfortunately, I have not had a chance to return. I left, I think, 3 months old. I'm looking forward to going back at some point, but haven't been able to make it there yet.
Well, thank you so much for your time today. And unless any of my fellow commissioners have any questions, I'm prepared to make a motion.
All right, Commissioner Brown, go ahead and make one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of the non-restricted item number 9 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board as read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solus Rainey?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. All right, the motion passes. Good luck to you, Mr. Rosenthal, and thank you for coming down here today and spending some time. We appreciate the time that you took to share with us some of your gaming experience and where you're going with your career. So thank you, and we appreciate you coming down with Mr. Burnett as well. So I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of him today later on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Next item is non-restricted number 10, which is the application of Eric Paul Fiacco for a finding of suitability as a key employee of Affinity Gaming. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval. Chairman Moran, I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. I do have a disclosure to make for non-restricted item number 10. Affinity Gaming is a current client of Louis Roca in gaming matters and a loan transaction. I have no pecuniary interest in the outcome of this specific agenda item, and I do not believe the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position would be affected as described on the record, and I therefore intend to participate. And in the avoidance of doubt, I am not involved in any way, shape, or form in connection with the representation of Affinity Gaming. Deputy Attorney General Breinig, is this disclosure satisfactory under NRS 281A 420 and in compliance with the disclosure requirements?
Yes, Commissioner, the disclosure is adequate.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, do we have Mr. Fiocco here? And looks like Michelle Stickett.
I believe you're on mute, Mr. Fiocco.
Eric, you're on mute at the moment.
Okay.
Aaron Barnett, just General Counsel of Affinity Gaming for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, are you going to have a history for Mr. Fiocco?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to first thank the commissioners, Madam Secretary, and the chairman for your consideration today. I'd also like to thank my gaming agent. I'm going to butcher his last name, but Eric Barthmail, who was extremely professional and diligent throughout the whole process. I've been licensed in New Jersey and Missouri and Indiana and multiple places, and working with this gentleman, even though he has a job to do, was so professional. He deserves a shout out. So just wanted to get that on the record. So I'm currently the COO and CMO of Affinity Gaming. I started in November of 2018 as the CMO, and in May of 19 was promoted to COO and CMO. At present, my direct reports are all the general managers, which are 6 in total, and a corporate marketing team of 2 vice presidents. Some of my essential duties include implementation and business strategies and set performance goals. I provide support to the general managers and oversee all operations. I evaluate performance results, and more importantly, I'm charged to improve EBITDA for the company. On the marketing side, I develop all the marketing strategies and the plans to achieve those goals. Prior to Affinity, I spent 7 years at Tropicana Entertainment and Tropicana Atlantic City in dual roles as CMO of Tropicana Entertainment and Senior Vice President of Marketing for Tropicana Atlantic City. My gaming career stretched 40 plus years. I started as a blackjack dealer in 1979 and have been fortunate and extremely lucky to have worked through that entire time. On a personal side, I've been married to my wife, Linda, for 38 years and have 3 grown daughters and 3 grandchildren. So I'm open to answer any questions that anyone might have.
I don't even know what I would ask a person who's been in the gaming industry 41 years. That's a long time. Where did you work as a dealer at in 79?
I'm sorry?
Where were you a dealer in 79?
Caesars of Atlantic City.
Okay, interesting.
When Caesars opened. And then I went quickly to Golden Nugget in Atlantic City. They got hired by the Steve Wynn Group.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you giving a shout out, as you said, for our agent. He had no areas of concern for you whatsoever, and neither do we. I looked at your history, and I'm not sure that 41 years in the gaming business, we should maybe be presenting you with a trophy of some type. But that's a lot of time going from blackjack dealer all the way up to where you're at now. Incredible career.
It's been a great ride. I've been extremely fortunate to work with incredible people, and to this point, I'm just fortunate to be frank.
Yeah, very, very well said. I don't have any questions for you. Let me see if my commissioners have any questions. See if the colleagues have anything for you, and if not, maybe they'll make a motion and we'll get you on your way.
Thank you.
All right.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Commissioner Fuchs.
And I know Member Katsaros kind of touched on this, but Rail City, within about, I would say, less than half-mile radius, there's so much construction going on that I would think is going to really benefit your locals customer base there. And do you know, like the approximate time they're going to start opening some of those apartments? I know there's got to be a few hundred there.
Yeah, no, those apartments, I mean, we're the marketing plan is to obviously take advantage of those apartments. I don't know the exact date that they're opening, but we have a plan designed to speak to those folks and try to get them to come over to Rail City. And we think a good marketing vehicle for that is using the restaurant to get people to come in. So we have a full plan on attracting those folks.
Well, it's a great market to capture because you're just a few footsteps away. And again, as Chair Moran said, your history is extremely, experience is great, no problem. So I'm ready to move forward unless there's some more questions.
All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Fuchs, make a motion.
Sure. Chairman Moran, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 10 as recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Very good. Motion made. Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'd ask Madam Secretary to call for a vote.
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. Motion carries, and we'd wish you the very best in going forward for another 41 years.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Yep.
All right, next item.
Next item is your first restricted holdout. Restricted number 2 is the application of Taco Dive Bar LLC doing business as Taco Dive Bar for restricted gaming license, and the applications of Todd Michael Schultz and Georgia Schultz for licensure as member and manager. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda.
Okay, very good. Do we have the Schultzes present?
Hello. Yes, we're here.
Hi.
All right. Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
Good. Very good then. Okay, then we'll get started. Did you have any kind of a presentation that you wanted to make on this?
Yes, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Todd Schultz, and I'm here with my wife, Georgia.
Hi.
We want to start off by thanking the chairman, the commission, Madam Secretary, as well as Agent Brandon Peters and Senior Agent Mark Robertson for their diligent work in helping get us this application process through. I'm sure in the note you've seen we're up against the very end on the time limit as far as a grandfather clause is concerned with the location suitability. So we just want to say thank you to them. And with that, we would like to give a little background, starting with my wife.
All right, very good.
Hi, I'm from Toronto, Canada. I have an education in arts and design, and I have a love for food and creating new recipes. We own the Modern Vegan in Las Vegas. It has 180 items on the menu, all recipes I created myself, and the restaurant's doing really well. When we found the spot, Taco Dive Bar, you know, we just knew we wanted to have another, turn the dive bar into, have a vegan kitchen. And I have a great passion for restaurant design. And again, like I said, recipe development, which we're working on that now. And we really feel like bringing gaming in is going to make it an authentic dive bar. So we really hope that we get the gaming license for it.
All right, very good.
And a little bit of background on myself. I grew up in Indiana. When I was 18, I joined the Marines and I spent 5 years in the Marine Corps serving overseas in Iraq right before I got out. As soon as I got out, I did some college and then got called to continue my UAS career, first as an instructor, working directly with sailors and Marines directly out of the schoolhouse, and then continuing on until 2018 as a defense contractor in various platforms, doing testing evaluation, instructor, overseas support. So I totaled about 4,000 hours doing that, and received also as part of that job, I ended up becoming an instrument rated pilot. So I think that background really kind of helped me as far as understanding rules and regulations and following those. And that is kind of how we got here. We met, we were both on vacation in Mexico. And so we just kind of started out here in Las Vegas in 2015. Started out, we bought a home, fixed it up, sold it, and then my wife kind of had the idea to do the restaurant in 2018. And so at that point, I felt it was time that that's why I left that previous career and just been kind of supporting her in any way that I can. And the Modern Vegan has been a huge success. She's done an excellent job with that, which has given us the opportunity to be here. And we're very grateful for the Gaming Control Board approving and giving us the opportunity to be here. And so with that, we would like to answer any questions, because I know that the investigation for me has areas of concern. So I would like to answer those questions that anyone may have.
All right, very, very good. And, you know, first of all, it kind of won me over being in the Marine Corps. My dad was in the Marines. I come from a military family, and Semper Fi, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I really looked at some of the areas of concern, if you will, or inquiry on both you and your wife. I saw that there was a couple of hiccups between you and her, and a couple of other little minor scrapes. I think one of the agent thought his thoughts on the non-disclosures that were on the record. You know, said that they were minor and they didn't believe that they were intentional. I know that Mrs. Schultz had an issue with a green card, and and failure to disclose there. And then there was a couple of other little deals, but I really don't see anything that to me would rise to the level of a denial here. I know that the board recommended approval with a 2-year limited license to see how you're going to do. So I don't have any questions at this time. Let me turn it over to my colleagues, see if they have some areas they want to inquire about both of you, and we'll see where it goes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Commission.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I had a couple of questions.
Yes, Commissioner Selstring, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Schultz, and Mr. Schultz, thank you for your service. Ms. Schultz, I wasn't quite clear on what the status was on your green card. I understand that, you know, there was a hiccup in getting the right application submitted, but you indicated that you should have your card sometime this year. Our records indicate that you indicated you would have it sometime this year, and I didn't know if that had already happened or if that's something you're still waiting for.
I'm waiting for the actual green card. Right now I'm a permanent resident.
Okay.
We filed the correct paperwork. I hired a lawyer. I hired my lawyer that originally did my green card. When I did it, it was right before COVID, and it was online. It was saying in progress for 13 months. And then when I heard back from them, I had filled out an I-90, and I was supposed to fill out an I-751 or 571. So the lawyer is handling everything. It's submitted, so we're just waiting to get the green card.
So are you still at this point considered a permanent resident,
yes.
Isn't that what the green
I'm
card?
a legal resident of the USA, yes.
Okay, perfect. And then I had a question with respect to several of your responses. It looks like some of the things that were not disclosed, your response seemed to be consistently that you just hadn't thought about those.
Yeah.
You know, obviously gaming is a privilege, and it's something
Yes.
that it can be very intrusive, but that's part of the process. Going forward, I mean, I would just urge that you be more cognizant of what it is, you know, read the questions carefully and make sure they're complete. Also with regards to it looks like you had obtained a TPO back in 2018.
Right.
And you indicated in there that you obtained that in order to just make sure that there was separation while you kind of collected your thoughts in yourself. Did you represent that to the court, or what was represented to the court in order to obtain the TPO?
The same thing, that I just needed my space from him. We got into a really bad argument. I didn't want matters to escalate, and they were able to give me the TPO.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm that the representations to the court were consistent with what, you know,
Yes.
you're telling us now is what occurred.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. You have the Modern Vegan restaurant.
Yes.
You have one here and one in San Diego. How are those two properties managed?
So actually, we just closed down the one in San Diego.
Okay.
We are in the process of getting somebody to take over the lease. We both decided that it was in our best interest to focus on the businesses here in Las Vegas. The restaurant was doing okay. It's just, it really does need one of our presence there. And I just was spreading myself a little too thin. So we decided that it was in our best interest to close that one down, focus on Taco Dive Bar.
Are there business obligations that you're committed to for that property as of now? I know you're in the process of trying to transfer the lease, but.
Yeah, I'm trying to get somebody to take over the lease. We have a broker, business broker as well, that has taken on the listing. So right now we're just paying the rent, and, you know, same landlords for the Modern Vegan. It's the same landlord. So they're really very, very lenient with us. Yeah, so that's.
And is the taco bar, I think I understood you were saying that's going to be vegan as well?
It is. It's a 100% plant-based kitchen.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good news. We don't have enough of vegan or vegetarian restaurants. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's see. Thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. Let's see if any of the other commissioners have any questions or a motion.
Sure, Chair Moran, I'll jump in really quick.
Yes.
I think, as was stated in what we saw on the board meeting, it was a pretty bumpy application, but again, the missions were not devastating, and you explained them pretty thoroughly, and they're acceptable. I guess my one question for Mr. Schultz, have you had any run-in with the law since the incident in 2017?
No, I haven't.
Great, okay, I just want to get that for the record. And then I will say that, it did help that you have a fan in Member Johnson. He seems to have been to your restaurant several times and gave a pretty nice testimony there on your behalf. So I think a 2-year limit on this is very appropriate. I think we do need to see you back and make sure everything is going smoothly. So I am ready to move forward. And again, I think with the 2-year limitation.
Very good. Would you like to make a motion?
If no one else has any questions or comments.
This is Commissioner Brown. Just some quick questions for me, if I may.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Brown, sure.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, Mr. Schultz, thank you for your service to this country. We very much appreciate that and commend that. A question for Mrs. Schultz. Can you tell me what was the inspiration for the vegan themed restaurant? Have you been a vegan all your life? When did you start becoming a vegan and how did this come about?
I have not been vegan my whole life. I actually used to eat a lot of meat. I'm Greek. My parents are both from Greece. So it's, meat heavy diet. We were on vacation in Greece actually before we got married, and I kind of had a spiritual awakening, if you must. We had one of my little poodles with me, and she's white. She's over here sleeping. She's white, shaved. She looks like a little lamb. And one night we were having dinner, and I told Todd, I'm like, get the lamb. Greeks make the best lamb. And as we were eating it, it was so weird. It's like, I felt like I was eating her because everyone was saying, oh, look at the little lamb. And from that day on, I vowed to never eat meat again. Then when we came back and we got married, I started doing more research, and I basically made myself vegan through things that I researched online, about dairy, about health, plant, everything to do with the environment, your health. And then I love cooking. So then I started veganizing all my recipes, and it was hard at first. We had just gotten married, and I told Todd, I'm going vegan. We're never eating meat again. You're not allowed bringing meat or eggs or cheese in the house. So it took like 2 years to convert him, but I did. And then that was the inspiration behind the Modern Vegan, because I love going out to eat. I love going to nice restaurants. And when I went vegan, there was like one restaurant, and it was like a cafe. Food was, mediocre. And that's when I told Todd about, let's open a vegan restaurant. And I took him to that restaurant to eat, and he was like, okay, let's do it. So that's the story behind that.
I was just interested in how it came to be. And Mr. Schultz, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some concern that I have. When I looked at the police report, it was a very different account from what you represented to the board. So I wanted just to give you an opportunity to explain to me. When I read the police report, there was mention and report about the reddening of the neck and red marks on the left side of Mrs. Schultz's neck, and that there was a punch in the face. So if you could just help me understand what happened and if there's any truth at all to the items that I had the opportunity to review in the police report, because they are troubling to me. And I will say, coupled with the TPO that was issued right around the same time, typically in order to obtain something like that, it's called a domestic violence restraining order. So I just assumed there was some representation of violence that was made to the court, and Mr. Schultz said that that's not the case. So I would like to hear from you about that. And if you could just briefly touch on, I understand you took 28 sessions. I'm curious how long those sessions were, if there are tools that you learned in connection with those sessions to help you overcome, to the extent there were issues, any violence issues.
Yes, and I completely understand the concerns from the background. And so my recollection from the events that night was that we had a family member in town, and we were walking out on the strip, and we did have too much to drink. And so we had made the decision at that time that we were going to just kind of immediately call for a cab to come home. We were right out in front of the Paris at the time, and it was extremely crowded and extremely confusing as we were trying to navigate between all the crowds and getting an Uber ride home. So at that time, I was trying to guide my wife through the crowd. She was resisting me, and from that point, she sat down, and I was continually trying to pull at her to come with me. And from my recollection of the events is that she kind of kicked at me to get me away, and it wasn't to be like anything sort of like violent or physical, but more like a just kind of just being a little bit we had a little bit too much to drink, and so like I grabbed at her and pushed her away. And at that time I think we both kind of like fell over and lost our balance, and I was immediately picked up. Like I honestly don't really have any sort of, everything happened so quickly at that night. And so from that point on, I was picked up and I was taken and charged with domestic, which I was later dismissed through counseling sessions because it's the first time I had ever had any sort of violent crime or anything in my history. So the sessions, basically, they kind of, it's a school that you pay for, and they teach you not only about like how yourself may perceive different things, or just how to understand communication, how to understand yourself, and if you're ever in that sort of situation, how to remove yourself from and de-escalate issues. So that's kind of how the training went, and then I'd say that's best how I could summarize everything through those events.
So much for providing that explanation. I just thought it was important to have that on the record. And with your response, I have no other areas of concern other than, of course, the disclosure issue that was raised by my fellow commissioner. I know that there was a non-disclosure of 3 lawsuits, a mechanics lien and a tax lien. I watched the presentation before the board, and I do understand your responses, and I do think you understand the import of full disclosure forward going. So I have no further questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. Any other commission questions at this? If not, I want to make a couple of comments here. I don't see any other questions in my commission. One thing I did want to point out, that in the condition that the board recommended, it's a 2-year limited license. And I don't know which way this is going to go. Hopefully it'll go in a positive way, but if in fact you were granted that with that condition, you would have to resubmit timely, well before the date of the expiration. So if you were able to successfully come out of this today, you'd have to keep that diaried so that you keep in contact, so that you can get your apps in again and have them looked at timely, not wait till the end. The other thing is another condition here that's recommended is enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. Do you have a slot route operator lined up?
Yes. Initially, we went with Golden Gaming just because their reputation, and so that's we were always going to use a licensed slot route operator, and so that's who we're going with. And it's a 2-year agreement due to the condition placed through the control board. With once we pass the 2 years, if we are given the privilege to have the license, it would automatically add 3 more years for 5 years. We don't have any intentions of doing it ourselves. We were always going to use the slot route operator.
Well, good. I wanted to make sure you were lining one up if in fact this goes through today. So having said that, that's all good. I don't know if there's any other additional questions or a motion from my fellow colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, I'd be prepared to make a motion.
Yes, please do.
I would move for approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and recommended by the Gaming Control Board with the conditions as stated.
All right, very good, Commissioner Celsrini. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solus Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. Very good. The motion passes. I'd wish both of the Schultzes good luck in going forward. And maybe one of these days I'll show up and see what the Greek food tastes like over there. So, and then
Thank you so much. Thank you.
thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I guess that moves us over to what's the next item here?
We actually have 2 related items, restricted 9 and restricted 10, if you'd like me to read them both at the same time.
I would, thank you.
Restricted number 9 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Rhinestones Deli and Slot House for a restricted gaming license. And restricted number 10 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Rhinestones Country Bar and Dance Hall for a restricted gaming license. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Okay, very good. Do we have an applicant?
Chair Moran, this is Phyllis Gilland with Golden Entertainment on behalf of the applicant.
Welcome back. How are
Thank
you?
Good.
All right. Could you tell us a little bit about what's going on here? And also, I understand there was a bankruptcy that's pending a settlement agreement. Just touch on that for me if you could.
Yes, Mr. Tunis should be on as well. I'm going to let him tell you more about it. See if we can.
Can you?
There he is.
Okay.
Mr. Tunis, you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for hearing me today. My name is Michael Tunis, along with my beautiful wife, Mary Ellen Tunis. I'm here to answer any questions you have. And Mr. Moran is asking about a bankruptcy. The bankruptcy is for Tatuado Hospitality Management Group. I sent the Gaming Control Board and the Golden Gaming all the packages and everything that is pertaining to the bankruptcy, which I'm proud to announce as of yesterday, the Culinary Union, the MGM Grand, Circus, and Tatuado Hospitality Management Group came to an understanding where it was a full settlement signed off by Judge Landis of the United States Bankruptcy Court, and that you'll be able to see those results probably within a day or so. And all members of this bankruptcy have all agreed to confirm the bankruptcy for me to get out of the Tatuado Hospitality Management Group bankruptcy. My current company, MTSRB LLC, has been doing fantastic now for the last 5 years. And with that, I'll ask there any questions you may have.
All right. I just had one initial one, and my notes indicate you've never been licensed before, either you or your wife, correct?
Mr. Moran, that's correct. We have 4 locations now. They're all on spaces.
Okay, very good. And we're talking about, as you know, 2 locations here, and I appreciate your response on the bankruptcy. Let me turn back to my fellow colleagues and see if they have any questions about this application that's before us today to start with.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I had a non-substantive question. I was just wondering, Mr. Tunis, do you have a video by any chance? It's nice to put a name to a face.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Start my video. Okay, the host.
All right, very
good afternoon, Michael. This is my wife, Mary Ellen.
Nice to see you.
Pleasure to see
Tell me
you.
a little bit about the business that you're getting out of, the one that's getting resolved through bankruptcy. Was that for a restaurant in Circus?
That Tatuado Hospitality Management Group consisted of the following: the entire locations at Circus, which employed over 100 people down there. I had the in-room dining, I had the bus bar, I had the sports bar, I had Vince Neil's Tatuado Eastern Party from 2014 to 2020. I was running that establishment down there. And in 2015, I purchased a parcel of land in Pahrump, Nevada, on East Gamebird Street, and I also made that into a Vince Neil's Waltzside Tavern. Now, when the bankruptcy was initiated, we tried to save the Circus Hotel, but the union, the wages, it was just too much to bear. I'm not going to make any excuses, but the union wages, without getting any gaming from the MGM Grand, was almost impossible. My payroll was crazy. I made a great go of it for many, many years. When Mr. Ruffin came in, he did come in and he did make a buyout. That money from the buyout was put into the Chapter 11 bankruptcy case. And through the bankruptcy case, which was now getting to the very, very tail end of it, I keeping the location on Gamebird Road because it's doing very, very well. It has been doing extremely well now for over, it's going on, I think 6 years now. And we never had no issues. We had slots in there, 15 slots with bet products for since day one. And I think I'm a very, very good operator. I think my other locations, Michael T's and Vince Neil's and Tropicana, are doing extremely well. And I'm very, very excited about moving forward, getting out of this bankruptcy, and then hopefully I'll be seeing you guys soon for actual gaming license, which I'm going to get ready to apply here in about 2 months for Michael T's and the one location on Tropicana as well.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
My
Can you
pleasure.
tell me a little bit about the property that is before us today, Rhinestone Deli and Slot House? It looks like it's two businesses next to each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they connected?
They are connected now. Rhinestones, this is the old Patty's Bar. Previous to Patty's Bar, it was called Sullivan's.
Okay.
It was on Bar Rescue. It's got a kind of very vintage reputation. Like I said,
We lost your audio, Mr. Sunas. I don't know what, it doesn't show you're muted, but we lost your sound.
Can you hear me
There
now?
you are. Yep.
Okay. So the Rhinestones Country Bar and Dance Hall is a very, very unique operation. I've been remodeling now for well over 18 months. You walk in there, I'm making a very, very safe, beautiful establishment for the people of Pahrump, Nevada. That's going to have security. We're going to put no nonsense, or good drinks, good menu, fun, good times. And then right next door to it is going to be a delicatessen, along with a little tiny convenience store that's going to serve liquor, a liquor store, along with the smoke shop that is serving cigarettes. And of course, we're going to have 7 slot machines in there as well. And I'm making that into if I am so granted today, into a little kind of like a non-smoking situation for some the ladies and gentlemen of Pahrump to go in and have a good time, just relax, and give them the free waters and the free donuts there to play the machines in there. Rhinestones, I think it's going to be phenomenal. I think it'll be the #1 bar in Nye County. I'm very excited about getting going on it. I've been very, very excited about making this work, and I feel very confident of the success and my ability to make this work.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank
I
you,
don't
ma'am.
have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Salisbury. Do we have any other questions from the other commissioners?
Brown, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Thank you so much for appearing before us today. We needed a point of clarification in connection with the bankruptcy. So it's my understanding that the settlement motion under Bankruptcy Rule 9019 was approved by Judge Landis yesterday at a hearing. Is that correct?
Could you rephrase that question, ma'am? I'm sorry.
The settlement motion that was brought before the bankruptcy court under Bankruptcy Rule 9019, did Judge Landis actually approve that yesterday?
Yes, that is correct. He did. Yes, he did.
Okay, and so you're just waiting for the order to be circulated and signed and ultimately submitted to the judge, correct?
That is correct. And then, of course, the confirmation, and then I'll be out of the bankruptcy once and for all. And with the payment plan with the NDOT and the Internal Revenue Service, and I'll be well on my way to a very successful path.
And do you know, just for the record, if the disclosure statement in support of the plan and the plan have been filed with the bankruptcy court yet?
The disclosure statement has been filed with the bankruptcy court. Yes, ma'am, it has.
And do you know if it's been approved yet by the
I
bankruptcy?
didn't. It has not been approved. We're waiting on. It was a settlement. We were waiting on that for my attorneys, Mr. Schwartz. I've been working on for the last 7 months with the Culinary Union and the MGM grant.
And is it correct to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the settlement proceeds will be used to fund the plan? What is the source of the funding for the plan of reorganization you're proposing?
The plans of reorganization will come from the income of the Wildside Tavern. The location on 2101 East Gamebird, all profitability from that location will be used to pay through the Chapter 11 plan.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. I think you have a very good understanding what's happening in the bankruptcy. I know it can be very confusing sometimes. So thank you for that. And I wish you both luck.
Thank you so much for your time, ma'am.
All right, any other questions? Okay, the chair to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to move forward for the approval with a motion for the restricted items. I believe we're taking 10 and 9 together. Is that correct?
Yes, if we could do that.
So restricted items number 9 and 10, as recommended by the Gaming Control Board, is read into the record by Madam Secretary.
Very good, Commissioner Brown. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. Madam Secretary, would you call for the vote on items restricted 9 and 10?
Commissioner Fuchs,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. All right, motion passes and good luck in going forward.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Please thank Jasmine Broomfield, our agent, as well. We appreciate it and all your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Broomfield. You were fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, next item.
Next item is your last restricted holdout, and that is restricted number 13, which is the application of MJRA Inc. doing business as Top Shelf Wine and Spirits for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of Malad Julog and Ramirez Alreyes for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with the condition as noted on the agenda. Chairman Moran, I believe we have a recusal on this item.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much, Chair Moran. I must recuse myself from restricted item number 13 and abstain from voting on this matter because my husband, David Brown, represents the applicant.
All right, thank you very much for making that record. All right, we'll go back on then with this item. Do we have a applicant and counsel?
We do. David Brown on behalf of my client Top Shelf. With me is Mr. Julog as well as Mr. Alreyes, who's a little bit in the background, but when you have questions for him, you'll forgive the logistics with COVID. We just have a little distancing, but he will come right up if you have any questions for him as well.
Well, very good. We're in a nice setting, and I don't recognize the two guys with you from last December. They clean up pretty good when they got good counsel, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you. And again, we repeat our apologies from the last time. They've learned a lot in the last few months. They've taken the class. They also decided to partner up with an experienced route operator to help with the business. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Julog just to talk a little bit about himself and let you know a little bit about his background.
Very good. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Malad. I just would like to apologize again for what happened the previous, and I'm sure we learned from the mistake we made. And a little bit of my background. When I come to the United States, I work hard and always like my dream to have one business. And before I have that business, I have a trucking company. I started as a driver for System Transport. They are in Spokane, Washington. I worked for them for a couple of years, and I buy my first truck in 2017, and hopefully now I have a 3-truck after that. And I say I want to buy a business in Vegas, at least I can set up, and I'm engaged. So maybe get married next year, so I want to be home every day. So that's why I buy Top Shelf Liquor, and that's a little bit of my background.
And very good. He will be the active owner involved in this business. Yes. He will be there over 40 hours a week. He intends to make this his living and to live and breathe that business while it's open.
Very good. Well, after the last time, I had asked for some additional information, and our very good, competent investigative division for gaming provided me with the answers that I was looking at concerning your IRS returns and the source of the monies that you were investing and those kind of things. And, all of that came back positive. So I really don't have any other questions for you today personally. I like that you came down here with counsel, as I indicated. That was very smart. And I think that we can go forward on this without too many questions from me further on this. I would like to, at this point, ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you and see if we can move along the line here and get this behind you. So do my colleagues have any questions for either one of these two gentlemen or their attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cohen, yes.
This is aimed at Mr. Julag and or Mr. El Reyes. Do you gentlemen understand why there was no action taken on your last appearance before the Gaming Commission?
Yes.
And why do you believe that happened?
First of all, I mean, we didn't do the right thing. We was in the car. We didn't prepare what we have to be in the office. And thus, it was my first time Zoom meeting ever. I never do any Zoom meeting. And I didn't have the slot operated ready. So that's, like, I mean, it was my mistake. And I mean, we were not ready to prepare, in front of you. And that's it.
And I appreciate the comments and the candor, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or in any way denigrate what happened, but it's so important for prospective licensees to understand that it's a privileged license. No one's entitled to the license. And when you gentlemen came in, it was, it just was a very, very bad regulatory experience. And it was a very bad business experience for you too. Now, as Chairman Moran just stated, you seem to have righted the ship. You've hired very good counsel, Mr. Brown. You've responded quickly to requests from gaming, but certain things that were said, and I am truly going to attribute these to you didn't understand the words. And I just want to hit on it so the record is clear. I believe it was you, Mr. Julag, who stated that you had a silent partner in the business. Remember that?
Yes, that was a mistake because we didn't know to who it was that question. That's the problem was.
And I'm taking that at face value. There never was an intent for in any way for you to circumvent the laws of the state of Nevada and have a person with an economic or business interest in a gaming license in the state of Nevada. You merely misspoke or used a term incorrectly. Is that accurate?
Commissioner Cohen, that is accurate. However, they look at it in a way as Mr. Al Reyes, who fully applied, who's been fully disclosed as being sort of the silent partner. They could have used a better terminology, but Mr. Reyes was intended to be that person. He's the brother-in-law and will have absolutely no day-to-day involvement with the business. He lives out of state, and that's what he meant.
That's all I was getting at. I just wanted to make sure that, because silent partner in the state of Nevada is not a term that you ever want to use. Now, the fact that a partner may not have anything to do with the day-to-day operations, as you just stated, Mr. Brown, is absolutely fine as long as disclosed. So we're beyond that. Sharing the chairman's, sentiments, I do believe that you and your clients, have, at least in my opinion, resurrected what could have been a very difficult, result had this gone forward. I'm prepared to support the application, and I'll turn it back to the chairman and my colleagues to see if they have any other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown, or Commissioner Cohen. I would ask at this time, do any of the other commissioners have any other comments and or a motion to make on this?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other questions. And I think the only comment I had was, it was my understanding that the whole silent partner issue came up in response to a question. So I agree that the applicants they weren't trying to hide anything. I think they were just responding to it, and they maybe weren't thinking of that phrase in the legal context that maybe some of us would. But I think I'm happy to see that they've gotten a slot route operator. I think, we've moved forward from the other issues, and I am prepared to move to approve restricted item number 13 as approved by the Gaming Control Board and read into the record by Madam Secretary. But I would add the following condition, which I believe, they've satisfied. Prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the licensee shall enter into a service contract with a licensed slot route operator. The term of the contract shall be for at least 1 year period of time. And
Very
Mr.
good.
Brown, I believe that's been done, correct?
It has been done, and they actually have done it for 2 years, and we're happy if you wanted to make the condition for the 2 years. They intend to learn that way. We would ask, I know that the board had recommended a key employee. We would ask for that condition to be waived, however, because Mr. Julag will be working at the business over 40 hours a week. He is no longer going to be working at all as a truck driver. He still owns the trucks, but this is going to be his full-time job. But if that's a condition, of course, he will live with that condition.
Well, I would like for that condition to stay in, which is the one about a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position, together with the conditions as cited by Commissioner Solis Rainey. If those conditions were in there, I'd be able to support that motion.
And we have no objection to that condition as well then, Chairman.
And I would just, Mr. Chairman, I would just restate my motion to include both of those conditions and move for approval of restricted item number 13.
Very good, Commissioner Solis Rainey. That sounds good. I don't know if there's any other discussion by the commission. I don't hear of any. So why don't we ask Madam Secretary to do a vote count at this time?
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Aye.
Chairman Moran?
Aye. All right, the motion passes, and good luck to you, Mr. Brown, and also your clients. And
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to thank Agent Krasinski and Agent Finlinson. They were both wonderful to deal with during this process and were very, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, next item.
That concludes your restricted item holdout. That brings us to our regulation petition. Next, for your consideration, you have a petition for adoption of amendments to regulations pursuant to NRS 463.1451D as filed by Reed, Rubenstein, and Bogatz on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel Association to amend NGC Regulation 22.080.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we have Mr. Rubenstein present?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe the Attorney General's office, Senior Dag McKella, was prepared to make some introductory remarks on this.
All right, very good. Let's make sure that the Mr. Rubenstein is on with us, and I'd then like to hear from Mr. McCullough.
I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. McCullough?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Moran, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary, members of the board. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for acceptance as project are some proposed regulatory changes to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 22. These changes originated with a regulation petition submitted by the Nevada Parimutuel Association and concern Regulation 22.080's disseminator requirements. The NPMA's proposed language is substantially similar to the language adopted by the Commission last August, which sunset on November 19th of last year. If you accept the petition today, the board is prepared to discuss it at its April meeting, and I'm happy to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Patty Jones.
Yeah, you want to hit the, no, on your control on the bottom, there should be a camera and a mute. Yeah.
I have Mr. Rubenstein on.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Mark Rubenstein, appearing, Reed Rubenstein and Bogatz, appearing on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel Association. With me today in the room and on her own device, and I was just trying to help her, is the Executive Director of the Parimutuel Association, Patty Jones. And also appearing with us today is Barry Lieberman, Counsel for South Point. Mr. Chairman, if it is going to be the pleasure of the commission to refer this matter to the board, then I would reserve most of my presentation. I think Mr. McKellar did a fine job of summing up what we're asking for again. The last thing we wanted to do was to have to bring this back, but unfortunately, in the 7 months that have transpired since your original approval of very similar amendments, the Parimutuel Association has still been unable to reach agreement with Churchill Downs on an off-track parimutuel agreement, leaving us needing either a disseminator to provide the results and the payouts, or this change in regulation. And disseminator that we work with for Churchill Downs has dug in and maintained its position that it needs a full indemnity in order to provide the results. So we're effectively left with no choice but to bring this petition before you. So we are prepared, but obviously if it's the pleasure to send it to the board, we will be prepared to make a full record at the board hearing so we can flesh out some of what I just told you a little bit better.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. And I think that with Mr. McCullough present, who has outlined some of the areas that your petition that you filed on behalf of the Parimutuel Committee have brought and are seeking, together with your brief comments today, as you know, and in speaking to our council, when a petition is filed, such as yours, we have several options that we can do on the commission, and you're very aware of those, as is our council. And one is to deny it and give you answers to questions as to why, and one is to approve it. One is to approve it or set it for hearing down the road. The other one is to send it to the board and ask for a workshop, or us to workshop it. So there's a lot of options in our tool chest to do on this. And I think that the commission is pretty familiar with the area, since we did have this last Derby Day, and we addressed it then, and we were hoping that it would get resolved in the next 12 months. Because personally, as a chairman of the commission, I really prefer to be in a position where the state of Nevada can receive the monies and fruits and benefits, as well as the people that do business in the state in gaming, to be able to accept bets and do things with bets involving the Derby, which is very important. So I appreciate your efforts that you've made. Having said that, I'm going to turn to my colleagues and see if they have any questions for you, because if we denied it, that would be easy. It'd go away and we'd lose a lot of revenues. If we send it down to the board and ask them to give us a report, and we set it down on our April meeting, April 22nd commission meeting, with the benefit of a board report after they vet it down there, that seems to be very, very desirable to me. And then everybody would have an opportunity to weigh in, and you could go with the full dog and pony show at our April 22nd commission meeting. So I want to just for a moment, I want to make sure with my legal counsel, Ms. Breinig, that some of my statements are at least accurate. So Ms. Breinig, could you weigh in on that for me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, your statements are accurate. The commission can either deny this matter or accept it as a regulation project. In accepting it as the regulation project, the commission can choose to workshop it, have the board workshop it, set it for a future agenda to adopt the proposed amendments, or also send it to the board for a report and recommendation.
Okay, very, very good then. All right, well, I appreciate that. And I don't have any questions right now on that. I would go back to my colleagues and see if there's any gumption or feeling on this thing. I personally would like to see it placed on our April 22nd agenda after we accept the petition, and respectfully request of the board to prepare a report for us. No workshops. We've already tried that several times and doesn't seem to go anywhere. and get it back to the commission, and we can hear from everybody on April 22nd. So those would be my hopes, but let me see what my fellow commissioners want to do.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to, I share you and echo your comments. Number two, I want to thank Mr. Rubenstein and the Nevada Parimutuel Association for actually listening to what was said, by the commission. The last time we tried to patch it, it didn't work because of the sunset provision. So, I am absolutely prepared to make a motion, depending on if my colleagues have any other comments, echoing, what you said about accepting the provision and sending it back to the board for recommendations to be heard by us for final action at the April meeting. And I'd be prepared to read a motion into the record if that's the pleasure.
Well, very good, Commissioner Cohen, and I appreciate that. Let me turn to my colleagues and see if they have any comments or no comments and are comfortable with the motion that you may make. So,
Moran, I'm comfortable with it. I think we've done the workshop. We've seen this before. Us again, I think just having the board take a look at it is the best way to proceed. So I'm on board.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Fuchs. Any other commission comments?
Mr. Chairman, I echo the comments that have been made. I actually would be prepared to move forward with it today, but if it's the will of my colleagues to have the board weigh in on it, I'm happy to support that as well.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Solis Rainey. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much, Chair Moran. I'm prepared to move forward as well today, but to the extent it goes back before the board, that's fine as well. But if we do proceed today, I just wanted a little bit of a summary from Mr. Rubenstein regarding the Regulation 22080 in connection with the new language that is deviating a little bit from what was proposed previously, just under subsection 4A, 1, 2, and B. So to the extent we are proceeding today, if you could just provide us with a quick presentation regarding the new additions. And if we are not, then I don't want to, you spend any energy, Mr. Rubenstein, and I'm of course prepared to proceed in either way.
And I would prefer it to go to the board.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, the commission won't be able to adopt any proposed amendments today. They would need to comply with the open meeting law and provide a 30-day notice for any possible adoption of these proposed amendments. So today your option would be to accept it as a regulation project and then either workshop it or send it to the board for report and recommendation.
Okay, and if we go that route, which I'm hoping we will be able to, I would like to give Madam Secretary, as she will do, that we properly notice this for our April 22nd Gaming Commission meeting. And at that time, we would have a report in hand from the board and what they recommend and their comments on it. So having said that, Commissioner Brown, did you have anything further on this? You indicated that you could support a motion if it was made as articulated by Commissioner Cohen. So would that be okay with you?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. And I do agree with Commissioner Fuchs that I have no issue with it going before the board, of course.
Okay, very, very good, Commissioner Brown. Thank you. All right, I turn now to Commissioner Cohen to, let's see what motion you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the petition filed by Reed, Rubenstein, and Bogatz on behalf of the Nevada Parimutuel Association to amend Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 22.080 as a regulation project and request the Nevada Gaming Control Board review the proposed amendments set forth in the petition and provide a report or recommendation to the commission at its April 22nd meeting as to what, if any, amendments to Regulation 22.080 might be considered and adopted by the commission at that date.
Okay, very good. I would ask our legal counsel, Ms. Breinig, if that motion in proper form for a vote.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
All right, very good. Is there any comment on that motion by my colleagues? Seeing any, then I would ask Madam Secretary if she could call for a vote on that motion.
Commissioner Fuchs?
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Solis Rainey,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Moran.
Aye. All right, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Rubenstein, for bringing that back to our attention. We appreciate your good efforts in that regard. And I also want to thank the people that are here today that you placed on the record who attended this, and thank them for their time spent coming down today and chatting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Brown. We will be prepared to provide that information at the hearing.
Very good. All right. Well, that'll take care of this item. And Madam Secretary, we'll call the next item.
Next item for discussion and possible action is a 2021 legislative update from the Nevada Gaming Control Board, including but not limited to SB 165 esports.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right. Who will be presenting on behalf of the board?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Mike Morton will present an overview of the legislative items that relate to gaming that are currently before the Nevada legislature.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Morton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Mike Morton, Senior Research Specialist for the Nevada Gaming Control Board. For the record, SB 165 is a bill that was heard yesterday before the Senate Committee on Judiciary, proposed by Senator Ben Kefauver, related to esports. In short, the bill would create the Nevada Commission on Esports, or the Nevada Esports Commission, roughly mirrored after the Nevada Athletic Commission. As written, the bill would create the commission. The commission would have 3 members. And with an amendment, the commission would have 5 members. The commission would serve without compensation, and the commission would have authority over the hosting and staging of esports events here in Nevada. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have on this bill.
Thank you. And I appreciate you starting off with the one that gave me the most concern, which was that SB 165. And, you know, I heard about this bill probably the one day before it got introduced that evening up there up north. And I was a little concerned about the language in it and the fact that I wasn't aware of it earlier on than that. Because I have some concerns about the language of it that I want to ask you some questions about. In that bill, the first thing is they ask, and let me direct you the attention of it. In section 12, it says the executive director may apply to any available grants and accept any gifts, grants, or donations for the support of the commission and its activities. I'm trying to get my arms around that language and why we would want to support legislation that is in essence granting carte blanche, whoever, if this ever happened, the executive director to go out and accept any gifts, grants, or donations for the support of the commission and its activities. I've never seen language like that before in my years of experience in law. And I wanted to know, what is your understanding of that?
Sure, Chairman Mike Morton with the Gaming Control Board for the record. So I just want to give a general statement first. It's the policy of the governor's office and the executive branch that no executive branch agency support nor oppose any bill that's not brought by that agency. So the board has no public opinion on this bill whatsoever. But that specific language regarding the commission being able to apply for and accept grants, gifts, and donations. Prior to my service with the board, I was an attorney for the Legislative Council Bureau drafting bills. That language is often put in to bills for new commissions that may not be getting funding from the state. So for example, this bill stipulates that the commission serves without compensation, that the executive director would be a paid position, but the executive director only has the ability to hire staff if the money is available. So a lot of commissions, a lot of other boards, volunteer boards in the state have that language in their statutory scheme so that they can accept money from outside groups in order to fund the agency.
Okay. With that kind of language, have you ever seen that language that would allow basically a director of a newly created commission to go out and actually solicit donations and contributions?
I have. It's probably, throughout NRS, it's throughout NRS multiple times. I haven't seen it in a regulated industry, but plenty of boards and commissions do have that language in their enabling legislation.
Well, that's interesting, and I appreciate your honest and forthright response to that, because I'm still deeply troubled by that language, because we are a regulated industry and vastly regulated in gaming. Another concern I have is where I look at the bill at page 2. You could look at page 2, line 6. And at page 2, line 6, it recites, whereas the growing interest in esports for both entertainment and competition creates an opportunity for Nevada to leverage its expertise in gaming and other forms of entertainment and provide an ideal forum to grow this new industry. So it says leverage its expertise in gaming. So the bill itself is referencing, correct, gaming and leveraging an expertise in gaming to create and grow a new industry. I'm curious as to what the spillover or duplicitous nature of creating another level of regulatory agencies that could encroach into gaming, which is where you call home, how this kind of language here that identifies gaming, yet then says they want to grow a new industry and they want to create a new regulation. That's troubling to me. Can you give me your take on that?
Mr. Chairman, Mike Morton with the Gaming Control Board for the record. So during the Senate Committee on Judiciary hearing on this bill yesterday, similar questions to yours were asked about, the interplay between this proposed commission, if it were to become law, and the current regulatory scheme for regulated gaming with the board, our board, and the commission. Senator Keykever said on the record that in short, that there would be no interplay. The Nevada Esports Commission would have no authority or jurisdiction over gambling or wagering on esports events. Those would still be categorized as other events pursuant to Regulation 22, and would need approval from the Enforcement Division as they currently do to be placed in a sports pool or at a sports book. They would simply have authority over the hosting of the event, just like the Nevada Athletic Commission has authority and jurisdiction over the approval of boxing matches and UFC matches, but not over the regulation of wagering on those events.
Okay, very good. And one other question, I'd like you to look at section 7 that recites at page 2. Purse means a financial guarantee or any other remuneration for which participants engage in esports. So is that not contemplate that money is going to change hands? And would that not possibly occur on a gaming licensee's properties?
Mr. Chairman, that definition of purse refers to the money that would be won by the participants in the esports competition, much like the purse won by a professional boxer during a match.
What do you think the section 13 of this bill at page 4, where it talks about a purse and exceeding $1,000 being registered with the commission in a manner prescribed by the commission, and you look at subparagraph 2, supplied any information, including without limitation, tournament rules as required by the commission, and then going down, just to 1, and actually sub 2 of section 13, supplied any information as required by the commission. So if we had hypothetically a tournament and there's going to be an exchange of money called a purse on a licensee's property, let's just say a convention hall on a licensee's property. Under this language, since you are an expert in that, and we're lucky that you're on the board and working for the state. But my question basically is that this newly created commission that allegedly doesn't have anything to do with gaming, but is a new creation of a commission outside of gaming, would have the power to solicit and require and mandate information from those people on a gaming properties that's hosting one of these events. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That already happens now with the Athletic Commission. The Gaming Control Board doesn't have any, or the Gaming Commission doesn't have any jurisdiction over the purse offered for a boxing match or a UFC match. So the purse is just what is agreed to by the tournament to be provided to the winner of the esports tournament. There's no gambling involved among the participants in the esports tournament.
Okay, so if I'm a man who wants to engage in gambling at one of our licensed resorts and they're going to host coincidentally this same tournament on that licensee's property, then I would be, as a player, exposed to having to provide information there to this new regulatory agency, correct? Under this, they'd have the power to compel me to produce that kind of information about who I am and what I am and what I'm doing there, correct?
If you were a host of an esports event, yes, similar to the host of a boxing card or a card for a UFC event. Those hosts go before the Nevada Athletic Commission. The host of an esports event would go before the proposed esports commission for registration.
Okay, and then on section 17, this section becomes effective upon passage and approval. We see that that's a language I'm somewhat familiar with, as I'm sure you are, as to the effective date. But just for our discussion, that means that if this happened to go through and became law and was signed off on, then it becomes effective on that passage, correct?
Not exactly. When the section 17, which in legislative parlance is the effective date clause, subsection 1 of section 17 makes only that section effective on passage and approval, so that sections 1 through 16, the regulations can be drafted. And then on January 1st, 2022, which is paragraph B of subsection 2, that's when the commission would be proposed to start. I will say that during the hearing yesterday, Senator Kefauver proposed an amendment to his own bill to delay that last date until July 1st, 2022.
Okay. Now, thank you. And that's very enlightening, and I appreciate that. Let me see here. What if, since I've been told informally that this has nothing to do with gaming and that it doesn't touch on any of the regulatory authority of the board or the commission, which, the scuttlebutt and people I've talked to have indicated that. What about the proposition of suggesting language here that would make clear that any and all esports that touches on gaming or the gaming industry or gives rise to any gaming would be excluded and not included in esports, and they wouldn't involve themselves in gaming. So basically a short statement that alleges affirmatively that gaming by this new commission that they want to create would not in fact have anything to do with gaming. Have you seen that kind of language or similar language in, for example, the Boxing Commission, which you've mentioned a couple of times?
I'm not aware of any such language that currently exists in NRS. And I will just restate for the record that pursuant to the policy of the Governor's Finance Office and the Governor's Office, executive branch agencies are not allowed to either support or oppose or offer recommendation or amendments on bills that are not brought by that agency. So any proposed language that anyone would want to submit for consideration would first have to be approved by the governor's office.
Okay. And you've taken a few swings at the pitch here and looked through this language, correct?
I have, and I did watch the hearing yesterday.
Okay, and after the conclusion of the hearing and having gone through this language here, do you have any personal concerns about this?
I do not have any concerns from the board's perspective on this bill.
Very good.
Chair Moran, can I jump in?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. You know, I did watch the Senate Judiciary Committee yesterday. I think it was very informative. And I really think this will complement the Game Control Board. I think this is kind of an organization that will oversee the integrity of esports gaming, where we will take care of anything that happens on the gambling end of that. I think we do that now. And I think that from what I heard and what I've read, this is really, I think, a good opportunity to establish a commission that's going to monitor, again, the integrity of esports gaming itself. And as an athletic commission with the board, I think this is kind of a nice complement to us and creates a little bit of a safety umbrella when esports is happening and we have a group overseeing the hosts and the actual participants. So I just want to throw that in because I kind of looked at this really carefully, and I do just see a distinct line between gaming, esports gaming, and gambling. And I know that Chair Gibson and the board is already monitoring any competitions and any wagering now. So I don't know if that gives you any relief from what I can see in this, but I look at it as a very positive thing.
Well, very good. And thank you for your comments on the record. They're appreciated and they're good comments. And you know, seriously speaking, I just have a big problem whenever anything talks about money and donations, contributions, newly created regulatory layers of information, and touching on gaming. And then when you hear about it a little bit late in the game, that's always a troubling thing for me. You know, this is something that is, if there ever was a reason to have a workshop, it would be probably on something like this rather than getting it first blush in a proposed legislative action. But that's one other thing I wanted to set this on the record, because I do want to put sunlight on some of these bills that are up there, because I think it's important to the board and the commission that we know what legislation is being promoted and propagated up there. And I think it's a very healthy thing. Now, I wanted to go on with Mr. Morton, if I could, about some of the other bills that are up there as well, that I had the benefit of looking at some of those. If he could give me an update on those bills that are currently pending up there on the proposed legislation that's touching on gaming, just quickly. It doesn't have to be real lengthy, but I do want my colleagues on the commission to know that there is other legislation up there. And I think yesterday we submitted a little bit of a scorecard on some of those bills, but I'd like to hear from you, sir, on what other bills are up there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mike Morton with the Gaming Control Board. For the record, rather than going to specific bills first, I want to address a topic area first, and that's charitable gaming and charitable lotteries in Chapter 462 of NRS. There are currently 4 bills that have been introduced, all in the Assembly relating to charitable gaming. 3 of them have been recently introduced, and they're the exact same bill. They're duplicates of each other, just introduced by different legislators. I mean, in short, those 3 bills would revert back to the pre-2019 charitable lottery statutory scheme prior to the board and commission's most recent amendments to Regulation 4A. The other charitable gaming bill, Assembly Bill 202, is a bit different, in which qualified organizations that are eligible by definition to host charitable lotteries and charitable games If such a qualified organization offers prizes that are valued at under $100,000 per calendar year, that qualified organization would simply have to register with the board on an annual basis and pay a $10 fee.
So the purport of these is a reduction of fees on application filings with the board for charitable lotteries, charitable organizations, correct?
I don't purport to speak for the legislature, but based on a reading of the bills, it would be twofold. One would be a reduction in fees coupled with a reduction in sort of the regulatory preparation that a qualified organization would need to conduct in order to host a charitable lottery or a charitable game.
Okay, so there would be a reduction of fees to reimburse the board for it processing those applications, basically.
That is correct. And for the record, the board has submitted a fiscal note on all 4 pieces of legislation relating to charitable gaming and what that would potentially cost in dollars. It is a rough estimate since a lot of these charitable events have not happened since March of 2020.
Right, and that loss of revenues would be a loss too, since these revenues that are generated by these application fees are passed through to the general welfare fund for the state, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, okay. What is the next item on that which you have?
The final 2 items would be Assembly Bill 7 and Assembly Bill 8. Those are the bills that were actually created by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, submitted to the Governor's Finance Office for review and approval to be submitted to the legislature for consideration. They were pre-filed with the Assembly on November 18th and have been public since then. They've generated very little concern or questions from the industry itself. Many of the provisions of both bills are very internal related, HR considerations, reporting considerations on obsolete reporting requirements that may still be in statute, and probably the biggest change is just a change to the live entertainment tax display requirement, trying to make it easier for the industry and the secondary ticket selling market to comply with NRS.
And that one's basically a notice, kind of a requirement.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're trying to fix a technical issue for the industry on that one.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Okay, I understand that. Okay, any other bills that you're tracking up there?
Nothing related to gaming. There's a lot of bills that I track related to, state employment and things like that to make sure that the board can, fully comply with laws related to state personnel. But related to gaming, that would be it.
All right. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your report today. I don't remember in any years that I've been on the commission, which has been quite a few, that we've had some legislative update. And that's basically what I wanted to see from my commission today, is that the commission was kept well informed of things that are happening in the legislature that reflect on gaming and may task us as commission members with trying to promulgate regulations. It's always easy to follow things like that we ultimately might be called on to make a decision. And so I think this has been very helpful to me as chair, but also to the public and things of that nature that are tuned in here today to follow. And I appreciate, your hard efforts and good efforts and hard work and coming here today. I know you probably don't get a call to do this very often, but you're doing a good job for us in the state by tracking this. And in the future, if you come across any other legislation that will come up, and I'm sure there will be some, if you could just, as a courtesy, make sure that the commission is aware of that.
My pleasure.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm gonna now ask my fellow commissioners. I've been doing most of the talking. If any of them have any brief questions for you, they may not have any, but if they do, I hope you stick around for a few minutes more. So colleagues, does anybody have any comments they want to make on this?
I'll just say that I've watched all 3 members of our board, members Johnson, Katsaros, and Chair Gibson, and Mr. Morton in front of the legislature present over the last few weeks, and they've done a great job, and I just appreciate all their hard work. Each presentation has just been actually a little bit of a learning experience for me sometimes, and I appreciate all four of you and all that you've done over the last few months with representing the board.
And the state of Nevada, and it's very refreshing, and they do a great job. We're lucky we have such a great board, and keep tracking it for us and bringing it to our attention. All right, I don't have anything else unless any of the other commissioners have anything. I have seen none. Madam Secretary, could we go to the next item? And thank you, Mr. Morton, for coming down again today. It's greatly appreciated.
You're welcome.
The next item would be your administrative reports. First would be board chair.
Okay, that would be me. So we will have a 2-day meeting, and if I can get my paper, our meeting will be on August 7th and August 8th. Non-restricted items on August 7th. I'm sorry, April 7th at 9 a.m. and August 8th will, I'm sorry, April 8th will be at 9 a.m. We'll start our restricted agenda. That's all, sir.
All right, well, that sounds very good. We look forward to that in April, and I don't have anything to add to that. I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, being present today and making the coordination and making it happen that we had a chance to discuss items with Mr. Morton. So thank you for that. I don't know, Madam Secretary, I have a few comments on another item I want to make if that concludes the chair's response. So is it time now to do that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, very good. The only thing that a couple of things I had, I was pleased to coordinate the legislative portion of this and making sure that you all, my colleagues, had an ability and an opportunity to hear about some of these legislative bills that we're going to someday, perhaps some of them we'll have to pass some regulations on to perform our responsibilities further as policymakers. The only other thing is kind of a housekeeping thing, and I've talked to some of my colleagues about this, and that's our next meeting. And on our next meeting, what I would really like to try to do, and we'll make sure that it could possibly happen, is actually do it how we did the last meeting, non-public meeting we had. And that would be to have our IT department set up for our next meeting, the televised portion where the 4 commissioners from down here could meet as we did once before in a meeting and have a meeting actually keeping the proper distance and wearing masks as required, and have a meeting here with our commissioners and staff from up north being able to tune in as well telephonically so they would not have to travel. So that's something on the administrative part that I'm thinking of working on, and I've touched base with some of my fellow colleagues on that, and they seem to be interested in that. So we'll see what we can do in that regard, but I'm going to try to do that before our April meeting. Having said that, I don't really have anything else for our commission on this part of the comment period, but wishing you all well and stay safe. And I think we're moving in the right direction. So having said that, that's all I have at this time, and we can then go to the next item.
Next item is public comments. This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any additional public comments during the meeting.
Very good. And that will conclude it. And that will conclude the meeting for today. Thank you, and everybody take care of themselves. I'm available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.